Have you heard about MyWebTown's virtual community? Own a piece of the virtual community for as low as $155 a year, which includes an email address. The low-cost alternative to a full-blown website. It's like an online phone book with a section dedicated to each business that signs up. Each business will have the ability to update their section at any time through an easy-to-use online administrative section. For more information, check out mywebtown.com in the community section.
As you know, it's great to be a part of a radio station that's on the cutting edge of what's going on now.
I like that.
But we are no warm beer and rotten chicken wings. We're not anything like that.
What would be your favorite bit that you're looking forward to doing, guys?
Tomorrow we're taking a microwave.
Okay.
And we're going to take things, shove it in the microwave, and see what happens tomorrow. That's a big reason to tune in.
Well, we can't thank you enough for the time.
Why, thank you, dude. It's been real stimulating at this hour.
Don't interrupt me again.
I promise I will.
The one and only Paul Schenkel.
You got it.
On
Take care of yourself, dude.
Power Stereo FM.
Power yourself into your playpen now.
Shut your
Shut
mouth.
up, Lord. Bye.
It's time for the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show.
I the bridge. I hit him with a burrito.
With free beer.
Hot Wings can't fight at work because he can't get his mittens off because they run through his sleeves.
Hot Wings.
What are you talking about? I'm going to fight you.
And Eric Zane.
Now that I've changed my diet, I did not realize that bowel movements aren't supposed to hurt.
And now, here they are.
Let's dance, dickweed.
The Free Beer and Hot Wings Show.
I don't want to give them any more free publicity. But they all have their, bits. They have the bells and the buzzers and the... We just go in and we wing it.
Okay, well, that's a good plan.
Rotten. We don't rotten wing it.
Okay.
We go in and we just free stuff.
Calling all you guys out.
Yes.
It's Wednesday. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. I'm Free Beer.
I'm Hot Wings.
Hi, Hot Wings.
Hello, Free Beer.
Hello, Eric Zane.
Morning.
Hello, Producer Joe.
How's it going, everybody?
It's great.
Good, man.
Nice.
The day before Thanksgiving. Who doesn't like that?
Yeah, it might as well be Friday.
It is. I was delighted to turn my alarms off today and know that they will not come on for a few days.
Yeah.
Well, as far as I know.
Oh, my God. I can't stand the alarm.
I unplug mine and throw them in the closet.
Joe,
You do
no
not.
joke.
I believe that. I really, truly believe
Well, you
that.
should see the floor of Joe's of his apartment in his bedroom because it's typical bachelor pad, man. He's got his in the one room, the computer set up and TV all set for work. It's like an extension of his workplace station,
Pretty
I guess.
much.
Mm-hmm.
And then you go into the bedroom, it's just a bed, and then the floor is alarm clocks. There's it's like a alarm clock obstacle course.
Seriously.
There's 4 or 5 alarm clocks on the floor.
And then
This movie's been coming up way too often, but does it look like Back to the Future when Marty goes to play a guitar at Doc's house and there's all those clocks set to go off?
Oh,
Yeah.
totally.
Completely.
Alarm clocks, cell phones with 8 alarms on them.
How many alarms do you have?
I have 5 alarm clocks and my old cell phone.
And they all go off every day.
Yeah.
And it's your redundancy system.
Oh, yeah. And
Just
my
to make
neighbors
sure.
hate me, but I don't care.
Do you think you could go eccentrically old school and just load up your room with, cuckoo clocks? Old-style wall clocks?
I would.
Do you have
Some
any
of
of
these
those?
are really old. Did you give them like a garage sales or old man Bruce give them to you or something?
I have no idea where I got most of them. I've never bought an alarm clock.
Are they
so.
are they all electrical or are some of them the old school mechanical
No.
with arms?
No, they're all digital.
All
Digital
digital.
clocks, but but they're all real old. The numbers are all faded. They don't even tell time. You can't even see what time it is on them. So he just has a general idea of when they go off.
So you unplug them and throw them in your closet. Right.
Yeah, when you know that you're done with them.
And then you have to reset all of them.
Yeah, but I don't care.
Wow. For me, the satisfaction of throwing them in the closet would not supersede the pain in the ass of setting those alarm clocks. That would the trade-off wouldn't work for me.
Yeah, wouldn't it be easier just to go off with the little button on the top?
You
just don't even want to see him, do you?
But then he's going to trip on him.
Yeah, I don't want to see him. It's this big mess of alarm clocks. It's stupid. I don't even like it. I just need it. That's why I throw it in the closet, because I don't want to see the alarm clocks all over the floor.
Joe, do they all go off at the same time, or are they staggered to try to wake you?
Yeah.
Staggered.
That's the way mine are. I have a radio that goes off.
Yeah.
And that often will stir me awake, but not interested in getting out of bed. It's the buzzer that goes off 4 minutes later, generally after one song completes, that makes me get up.
Yeah. That's exactly what it is. And then one cell phone is next to me, and then one cell phone is across the room.
So you have to get up and turn it on.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you have one of them that you know that if that one goes off, you're now late.
Yeah. It's the really loud one.
Yeah. You really need to hustle at that point. Man, that is something. Do you have a frame for your bed, or is it just a mattress and box spring on the floor?
Just box spring mattress on floor.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's
You are a minimalist. Do you have furniture in your house?
Yeah, I have 2 couches.
I've never been to Joe's house.
No,
as
I
long
haven't
as
either.
He's lived near us.
Yeah. Well, there's no reason to.
How much you pay rent for that? Like $50 a month? It's so tiny.
I wish.
It's small.
$565.
Well,
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, that is pricey.
you thought it was
I think so.
$565?
For a one-bedroom?
Yeah.
I don't think it's that bad compared to other places around here.
Really?
Anything lower than that, you're back up to the previous joint, man.
Yeah, that's true.
Bathroom, sleeping in a bathtub.
That's a good point.
The bathtub was like $3-something.
The bathtub place.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Oh my gosh.
That was a ripoff.
Yeah, that was.
They
a
should have
rip-off.
paid you to hang out.
But how much time do you spend at your apartment?
Lots.
Oh,
Okay.
well, there goes that.
All right, then. Just checking you're getting your money's
I
worth.
was thinking
Okay.
I was on the verge of making the case that you spend so much time working out and out with friends and everything else that all you really do is sleep there.
No, I wish. I just work there and sleep.
1-800-947-3979. You can email Free Beer and Hot Wings at hotmail.com.
Well, here's something you don't see every day. The USA Today, the front page. That's right, a Detroit Lion on the front page.
Former Lion. Oh, no, that's the current Dante Culpepper, right? At first I thought it was Roy Williams.
It says Lions Calvin Johnson among NFL's best wideouts.
There you go.
81. 81, is
yeah,
that his
that's
number?
him. I saw
That's
just
the guy.
I saw just the second one, and I thought that.
Okay.
I just assumed that because it's the Lions, it was a story about how Roy Williams was fortunate to get off the Lions and go to the Cowboys to play on Thanksgiving.
It's a preview of the big game for the Lions, who are, of course, 0-11, taking on the 10-1 Tennessee Titans. I don't even know why they even put them on there.
Why wouldn't you put the Titans and the Cowboys on there?
I think it's because it's. I mean, the real deep part of the story is the fact that they're likely to go 0-16 because they're even on the front page of the online edition of USA Today. I'm looking at it right now.
Wow.
Except the headline of that is Lions keep losing, threaten 0-16 threshold.
Sweet.
So I think that's probably more the crux of the story.
Can you
I
imagine
guess.
if they hadn't squeaked out that win against Kansas City last year near the end of the season, they would have lost their last 19 games at this point.
Yeah, which is a heck of a streak of futility. Yeah. Not the best, but
What is the all-time
4-0
record of
in
losses? 26?
26.
Tampa?
4-0 in the preseason, of course, so there's no shame there.
Yeah, I mean, they were great in the
Well,
preseason.
It's funny because then that was the front page, of the USA Today. But then you go into Section C, sports, and you pull it out. 0-11 Lions, the headline reads. Kings of the Bungle. Kings of the Bungle. And then they shoot some photo. There's a picture of, it looks like one of the offensive linemen and the center and the quarterback who was playing at the time, some man named Dan Orlovsky, and they all have this look of, look how sad I am, and they're all bummed. It's like they said to the photographer who was shooting photos at this game that they got this, it says here week 6 that they took this picture from. All right, get us some real despair. Look for a sad face and get us photos of sad face because these guys are going to suck all year.
On the bright side, it's not that hard to get a photo like that. All you have to do is click a photo 1 second after any series
Or snap.
on offense and you will see somebody's head in their hands.
That's true.
Now, I will say that if they were to rattle off 16 wins in a row, I'd be delighted and would root for them. But in the meantime, he's going to let those dicks have it.
I would root for them if they win 8-8.
Sure.
Show me that you're building something.
Well, the thing is, yeah, I mean, if you happen to be a Lions fan, I mean, I think any fan of any team, all they really want is to know that they have a shot. They want to know that if they go to the game or watch the game on TV, that there's a chance they could win the game.
Right.
Lions fans don't have that. I mean, 8-8 is like ridiculous. That'd be like winning the Super Bowl at this point.
It would be pretty amazing.
Okay. So Detroit hosts Tennessee at 12:30 tomorrow. This is their only nationally televised appearance. Last year, they had one nationally televised appearance. It was against Green Bay on Thanksgiving.
Mm-hmm.
And
how'd they do? They did great, right?
Oh, my gosh. I'll never forget Aaron Campman got like 17 sacks in that game.
How many do you think Albert Hainsworth is going to have
Dude,
tomorrow?
this is going to be the biggest disaster ever. And if the Lions somehow win this game, then I'm convinced that the NFL is fixed. There's no way it couldn't be. There are Division II college football teams that could beat these hapless dip-esses. You bunch of butt-Fs. Go eat a Vayner.
I agree with everything you said.
I do, too. I 100% believe that they could be beaten by several college teams.
Yeah.
It's just frustrating.
They have no cohesion at all. They're ridiculous.
Very frustrating.
They make me laugh.
Because everyone else that's listening right now,
yeah,
no matter where else they're listening, except with the exception of the people that live in Grand Rapids or Flint, that like the Lions because they're born in Michigan, because no one outside of Michigan says, I choose the Lions when they're 6. You occasionally
no, it
not
doesn't happen.
everybody grows up rooting for the team they're born near. But no one born in Alabama wakes up and goes, well, we don't really have an NFL team. I like the Lions.
No,
impossible.
I think the last time that was even maybe possible that you had a handful of people that happened was when they had Barry Sanders.
Yes, and before that, Bobby Lane.
Mm-hmm.
But everybody else that carries the show in all the other areas, they all still have playoff hopes and dreams.
Listen to this. When you start the article, the Lions, 0-11 Lions, Kings of the Bungle, and then you open up the page of USA Today. Lame as usual. Lions limp towards 0-16 season. You see a picture of the team all fired up before the game, holding their fingers up, and in the background are empty seats. Look at all those empty seats in that place.
Yeah, isn't that remarkable?
And then it says the path to 0-16. Only one of the Lions' 5 remaining opponents. This is brutal because the rest of the teams they play are so much better than them.
Yeah.
Only one of the Lions' 5 remaining opponents has a losing record, and none of them is more than one game out of contention for a playoff spot. This is how close they are.
Yeah, they don't have
0-16.
anybody else on the schedule who's mailing it in like them.
Here's the rest of their schedule. Of course, tomorrow, Tennessee Titans, 10-1, surrendering 15 points a game. December 7th.
They give up 0 tomorrow.
December 7th, Minnesota Vikings are 6-5, have NFL's second best run defense. December 14th at Indy. At Indy. The Colts are hot. It says here they're the anti-Lions. They have the NFL's best record since 1999 of 109 wins and 46 losses. December 21st, New Orleans Saints, who are 6-5. They just won that Monday night game. Have league's number 1 ranked offense. I didn't know that. December 28th, at Green Bay, who is 5-6. Lions have lost, that's at Green Bay, have lost 16 consecutive road games versus Green Bay, dating back to 1992.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Last time they won there, I was a freshman in college. Had just met Hot Wings.
Let's see. I had just been, that was the first football season since I got married.
That's pretty crazy. A lot of things have changed in our lives since then.
Yeah.
Pretty sickening. Pretty sickening. Los Angeles had both of their teams move away a decade ago, and Los Angeles and Detroit have had the same number of playoff games since then. 0.
Oh, my gosh. Stop it.
That stings. Stings a little bit.
They ought to be in a conference with Washington and North Texas in college.
What's interesting is I like the Titans. I can't easily just jump on and off a bandwagon. Well, I'm pissed at the Lions is what I am. But when I live when we lived, I don't know about you guys, but when I lived in Tennessee, I was really starting to root for the Titans.
Yeah, when Hot Wings and I moved to Tennessee, it was the season following their Super Bowl appearance, and they had Eddie George and
McNair,
Eddie George, right?
Yep, Eddie George
and
hell of a back.
They were a fun team to watch. Big physical defense in the running game.
Dyson and Wycheck and
George was great until Ray Lewis smashed him in the face in a game and changed his career.
Yeah, that was pretty much the beginning of the end there. But yeah, I remember that because I was into that. I went to a few of the games, and so I was really starting to like them. And now, so I don't hate the fact that they're going to be the ones that are going to annihilate them on Thanksgiving.
No, I root for them. There are a few teams I root for like that.
Right.
Because of, where we've been associated with them in some way, shape, or form over time. But you can't shake where the team you grew up watching with your dad.
That's exactly
for me.
right.
I mean, we would where I lived, the games were nearly always blacked out.
Yeah.
And so we would have to watch it through the snowy channel of the station to the north that didn't come in, but we'd sit there and I'd sit close to the TV so I could see Billy Sims fumble the game away at the last second.
Well, you see, you would watch it with your dad.
Yes.
And I would watch it to forget that my dad wasn't there. That's what I would do. Oh, there you go. Hey, Dad, want to watch the Lions? What? I couldn't even get it. Hey, Dad! The Lions are on. It's Thanksgiving. Mom, where's Dad? He's not here for Thanksgiving again? What's for dinner? Stouffer's Pizza! What do you mean you can't afford anything else? Oh. Hello? Hey, Dad. Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Turkey Day. Are we going to the parade? What? You got a date. Aren't we going to watch the Lions get the S kicked out of them like we do every year? We're not. What do you mean you're eating fish on Thanksgiving? Aw. All right, Dad. I'll see you around. See you next year, Dad. So sad.
It was in that same conversation that Zane's dad promised to get back with his mom as soon as the Lions made the Super Bowl.
Can you imagine if he showed them on the screen? Oh, I'm going to see my dad tomorrow. Oh, let the fun begin. Ooh-wee.
So, as we've been mentioning the last couple of days, we've got a chance for you to go to the big race in Daytona coming up in February for NASCAR's first race of the season. With us, thanks to Cat Footwear, and it's going to include your airfare, your hotel, and everything else. We've been playing NASCAR math, and we have not done it yet at this time, and I think we're catching people off guard right now, but we should do it. 1-800-947-3979. We need 2 contestants who will join us for NASCAR math. 1-800-947-3979. This is where we give you the driver's name in a math problem. So instead of giving numbers like 8 or 15, whatever, we would give you the driver's name that corresponded with that number. You do the math in the order that we give it to you, and then you win if you come up with the correct driver. And it is hard right now. And it could make this take 40 minutes. It's that kind of hard.
I was gonna wait until we got off the air, but since we do need sound effects pop-off machine for the bell and buzzer for correct or incorrect, I couldn't get it to go earlier. I don't know. Is everything? Did I hook it up wrong? Do you think, or is it all set on there?
I would like to say that everything is exactly the way it's supposed to be, but I've said that before, and then it's been my fault. But it looks right to me over here. It is on. It is in program. Those are all the things I know. 1-800-9.
There you go.
Sweet.
1-800-947-3979. Let's meet our contestants. And by the way, we're going to put them on a 30-second clock on this. They each get 2 guesses, but they have to do it within 30 seconds of me completing the math problem on the first time. Hot Wings, would you be in charge of the timer?
Yep, I sure will.
Let us welcome Matt in New Jersey. Hello, Matt. Kabubi.
Hey,
and Brandon in Grand Rapids. Hi, Brandon.
How's it going?
Very good. Gentlemen, one of you will be potentially could be qualified to join us in Daytona for the big race from our friends at Cat Footwear. That's a nice prize, isn't it?
Very nice prize. I can't wait.
Yeah, that would be sweet.
Matt, Brandon, do you know your drivers well?
I didn't. Do I pick my own driver? Or
Oh,
you
yeah,
pick
you-
my driver?
Wow, no, it's
really
it's,
don't know what's going
it's,
on.
That's
okay.
NASCAR math. We're going to give you a math problem using drivers' names instead of numbers, and you have to figure out the driver that is the answer of the math problem, okay?
Okay.
Okay. All right. So buzz in by saying your name. You each get a maximum of two guesses. You can use your guesses at any time. Okay?
Raise your hand if you believe them when they say, I understand.
I suspect that an additional caller beyond the two that we already have will have
Well,
a
we'll
good
see.
chance of
We'll
this.
see.
This is very difficult. This is a very difficult one this time. And again,
Okay.
this is using drivers and their numbers as noted on NASCAR.com as of Monday.
So from the just completed season.
Yes. All right. Bobby Labonte times Kurt Busch. Hope my math is right. Minus Scott Riggs times the ever-popular A.J. Allmendinger. Yeah. How do you like those apples?
Yeah.
All right, wait a minute, real quick before I guess. This is Matt. Am I taking like their car number, adding, subtracting, and then trying to get to an answer?
Yes. As we've explained on several occasions. Divided by Tony Stewart equals who? Matt or Brandon, buzz in by saying your name when you think you know that you have the answer.
I can't. I don't know. I can't do the math while I'm driving. I'm just gonna guess. Matt, we'll take a shot.
Yeah.
Stab in the dark. Jeff Gordon.
It is not Jeff Gordon. Do you want to?
I don't.
You want to blow your other guess too? Or are you good?
Yeah.
Brandon.
Brandon.
Kyle Busch.
No.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Wrong.
Matt or Brandon, you each get one more guess. You want to try it?
Sure. I'll take another guess. We'll go with
Yeah, I'm sure you're gonna get
Matt
it.
Kenseth.
No.
I'm surprised you didn't say like Richard Petty or something.
Yeah, we're out of time on that.
I'm surprised he didn't say Tony Dorsett. Thank you, Brandon. All right. So if you think you know this, let me run through it again because this is a really hard one. I suspect we're going to need someone to get it who's able to look them up because not everybody knows the numbers of these guys, I'll bet. Bobby Labonte times Kurt Busch gives you one number. Subtract Scott Riggs from that number. That gives you another number. Multiply that times A.J. Allmendinger, and then divide that number by Tony Stewart. What does that give you? Jesse, you know the answer?
I'm guessing at my answer.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with Carl Edwards.
That is wrong.
We need a girl in here to get this.
We do. Hi, Ben.
Hi.
You know it?
Is it A.J. Allmendinger?
It is!
Aha!
Well done, Ben.
Nice job.
Did you do that in your head, or did you look it up?
I'm driving to work right now. I did it in my head.
Okay, you
That's
just
pretty
know your
impressive.
drivers.
That is impressive to know Riggs and Allmendinger.
Uh-huh.
And the math.
Yep.
Once you knew Allmendinger, the rest was easy because he's 0, so it didn't really matter what everything was before that.
I had him at 10, but okay.
I did too, but however your math works.
It all worked.
Allmendinger's 10.
It all worked out for
But
you.
it worked out.
Who
You
cares,
got it
I
right.
guess.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. You had the answer wrong, yet you got the answer right.
Your ineptitude at math and driver numbers have led you to the correct answer.
Well, his math was right. Anything multiplied by 0 is 0.
Yeah.
Yeah, you must be so impressed with your own retardation.
Ben, you are
Whatever
qualified.
works.
You are
Yeah.
qualified to win the trip to Daytona with us for the big race coming up in February, okay?
Excellent.
That's from our friends
right.
at Cat Footwear and catfootwear.com. Flashback comes up in the next segment. We'll take a break. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show.
Here in Michigan,
97.9 GRD, Grand Rapids Rock Alternative. It's the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. Mix of clouds and sun today. 38 the high. It's about 34 now downtown GR. Weather brought to you by ABC Warehouse, the closest thing to wholesale. Ball State beats Western last night.
Yeah.
Close game at the half.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Boy, they're good.
they are a good football.
Yeah, they
that
are
quarterback
very
in
good.
Western was getting some big hits on that quarterback for Ball State, Nate Davis, and it doesn't matter.
No, he's a tough-ass guy.
That's an NFL quarterback for
yeah.
sure. I can't wait till the Lions draft him and ruin him.
I think there's 3 NFL quarterbacks in the MAC right now. The guy
Yeah.
from Western, the Fever, who has another year. If he doesn't come out, you never know.
I don't think he will because he
Don't
got
think he will,
beat
yeah.
up a little bit this year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
His
And
stock's
then,
not quite as high.
I don't know if he'll get drafted. He might be. He would probably be a free agent quarterback, but I don't know. You
I think
never know.
Hiller's an NFL quarterback
Yeah.
too. Though. You know who else I think might be able to make a run at it? I know he's barely played in college and he's at a MAC school, but Brian Brunner from CMU.
Oh, that's
man.
right.
he
Big
did
guy.
very
He
well.
has a laser arm. He's a big quarterback. Yeah.
And he's a senior, right?
He's a senior. Yeah.
He'll probably try out or sign as a free agent in a camp. You know, one of those diamond in the rough players, like a guy who not a lot of people know of in college because of a smaller school.
Yeah. Never know. Very
Man.
least, good conference this year. Ball State goes. They could end up 13-0 and playing in the Motor City Bowl against Minnesota or Wisconsin. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. Free Beer, Hot Wings, and Eric Zane. The flashback today looks back at a woman named Lori from femalefreedom.com. Wait to hear what she's peddling. This is a chance to give women freedom. That's what we're all about. 21st century here. Lori from femalefreedom.ca joins us. She has a new product. Hello, Lori. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Very good.
I can barely hear you, though.
Can you hear us better now?
How about now?
Better. I'm just going to change phones here, too.
Sorry. Sometimes our phones do that.
Hello?
Hi, Lori.
Oh, better.
Uh-huh.
Excellent.
See, it was you.
Maybe you peed on the phone. Oh, that was a courtesy laugh. You didn't find that funny at all.
No. Lori joins us from femalefreedom.ca, and you have a product called the P-Mate. Tell everyone what the P-Mate is.
The P-Mate is like a cardboard funnel that allows women to pee standing up if there's no clean toilets around.
Oh. Okay.
Where does it funnel the water to?
To the ground or to a dirty toilet.
Yeah.
So it just gets it out away from you. It's sort of like a downspout.
Right. It's not a collection device.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. The way you described it on the website is almost like an open-toed cardboard shoe.
Yes.
And then you kind of position that underneath the equipment.
Yes.
And just let it fly.
That's right. And as long as it's pointed slightly downward, it's going to go out.
No kidding. Now, when you describe in the website about after you let it go out, you can just easily fold it up and put it in your pocket. You describe it as, but I don't know.
Okay, it's not. It sounds gross, but it isn't. It's not all wet. It's kind of slightly wax coated. You just shake it out. There's nothing in it.
No, I wouldn't want to shake it out and then do that though. That would seem. You know what I mean? It's almost like it's like a one-use thing.
It's even just the idea that there was once urine on there is enough for me.
Right.
I don't need to have residual.
But urine is sterile. It's probably the cleanest fluid your body makes.
I know that's true. Like, I remember when I was in high school and had zits everywhere, they said that if I washed my face with my first urine of the day that I wouldn't have zits. But I chose
Did
zits
they
and
really?
no dating. I was told that by some people, yes.
Yeah.
I saw it on Oprah.
Those were people that didn't like you.
Well, no, Oprah didn't like it.
No, I believe that you could use it that way. I pee on stuff all the time and just put it in my pocket.
You'd have to be a real hoser to do that.
So you didn't invent this product, right? It was invented by
A woman in the Netherlands.
a woman in the Netherlands.
Okay. But you're there in Canada,
Yes.
and you've been marketing it all over to Canadians. No doubt about it. They're having a great time.
Yes.
How many?
And lots of American women order them online every day.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
How many? Are you making like a good living off of this?
No, not yet.
No. Well, maybe we can help you.
Okay.
How many do you sell in a given week on average?
Well, it depends. If I get an order from a store, they might order 100 packs, or individual women order 1 pack, 5 packs, 10 packs.
Now, on the image, a couple of the screenshots.
Yes.
Are any of these you?
Yeah, the front page is me.
Okay.
And I'm actually peeing on the side of the highway, and you cannot see anything.
Now, I noticed it looks like in the background there's almost like a car. I think it's a car coming down towards you.
Yeah, it's a highway.
So have people seen you and wondered what the hell is that woman doing?
I don't think they would think a woman was peeing standing up. Like if you saw the back of a guy kind of standing somewhere, you know he's probably peeing, but if you saw a woman, you wouldn't necessarily think that.
Yeah, you have the posture of a guy who's whipping it out along the side of the road, but since you're a woman, like you said, yeah, I can see that. Now, I wonder if you could get busted for indecent exposure or the Canadian equivalent for that.
Well, I don't think there's nothing exposed, but I don't know if you're allowed to pee in public necessarily.
Yeah, I was going to say, as a guy, I mean, I know that obviously I have the ability, and I have gone outside many times, but I've never done it on an occupied highway before.
Yeah.
I've usually tried to, get behind something a little bit.
So in that photo that we're looking at, you've got one pant leg hiked up past your thigh. Is it through the pant leg up to the...
I just kind of pulled the pant leg and my pant to the side and slipped it there.
Yeah, you just yanked it off to the side like a lazy girl does when she's sitting down.
Oh, do girls really do that?
Well, sometimes like if the old lady's wearing just her underwear and she's got to take a leak and
just
she
pulls it
sits
to the
down,
side?
you kind of just some women instead of dropping pull the thong off to the side.
At least that's how Zane does it when he's wearing women's clothes.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm more astonished by, the fact that goes on or that you're such an authority about it.
Do you ever worry that if you're on the side of the road and you're doing this, then a bee might fly up that thing?
No, because the hole at the end is pretty small and there's
bees are
pee
little
coming out.
That's true. Maybe it swims upstream or something like that.
Do you have like a bigger plus sizes for like flappity women?
Okay, the hole that urine comes out of, the urethra, is small on all sizes of women. It doesn't matter.
But if it was a bigger woman, she might not be able to pinpoint that area.
She might need a bigger landing zone.
Yeah, what if those drapes, the actual meat tarps, are touching the underside of that cardboard shoe?
Well, I don't think they would. I work in a clinic and I examine women all the time. I don't think it's possible.
No, I've seen movies. It's like a sprinkler.
Yeah, those aren't real.
You don't know.
Those aren't real.
Yeah, those things impede the flow. It's always a problem.
Yeah,
you know it. Wow.
Yeah. Some are like a deluge nozzle, and other ones are like a garden hose set on low. That makes sense.
So I imagine this is, in addition to convenient, like what you described, some women are actually using this as liberating.
Yes, I did have a woman write her name in the snow and send me photos.
Okay. So has it been a big hit with the lesbian community? I mean, have a lot of women softball players contacted you, maybe field hockey?
Well, they don't always tell me they're lesbian when they order them, right? I don't know.
But they are, probably.
But I play soccer, and half the time where we play, there's no bathroom, so it's hard to be somewhere for hours.
Okay.
Do you make them yourself, like in the kitchen, like Shrinky Dinks or something like that, or?
Do I make them?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, do you actually, fabricate
No, I
them?
bought a bunch that were pre-made.
You bought a bunch.
I see.
I got you.
Okay.
I just had the idea of you with a pattern and like a bunch of old Nike boxes.
Well, you could do that, I suppose, if you were creative.
Yeah, if you're
that would take a lot of work.
Crafty, I suppose.
Have you ever been using it and then dropped it?
No.
Easy handle.
Yes.
Okay.
There you go. It's femalefreedom.ca. It's called the P-Made. Lori, we appreciate it.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you, Lori.
All right,
Okay.
Lori.
Bye.
See you around. What did she say the website is?
Femalefreedom.ca. Pretty classy product.
Oh, what a mess.
Is there anyone listening who would want one? We don't have any to give away.
Who would want one, man?
I don't know. I don't know that many women who go outside that often.
I can just picture her at that soccer game that she described. That all the chicks just put this dumb, glossy cardboard shoe right down by the mitt and just.
I bet they pass it around. It's your turn.
It's described as a revolutionary way for women to pee discreetly without having to pull their pants down and squat.
It reminds me of the package a hot dog might come in if you ordered at a ball game. Maybe some French fries.
That's exactly what it is.
That's the thing. I mean,
Oh,
you can make it work some other way.
You got to see this image of her by the side of the road. She literally is standing like in a briar patch with a big smile on her face.
It's pretty classy, and she's pretty good looking.
On the right next to the busiest road in Canada.
One car. 1-800-947-3979. You could email Freebeer and Hot Wings at hotmail.com. Let us welcome Steve. Hi, Steve.
Hey.
Steve is using the harmonizer. Hi, Steve.
Uh-huh.
Steve, turn your radio down.
Yeah, Steve, turn your radio down. It's all weird, man.
Okay, hang on.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Okay, how's that?
Good.
Very good.
Okay. My wife works for a law firm, and one of the attorneys, a female attorney, has got a man complex. She goes out and brags so she can do it. And she'll bring the secretaries in there and show them that she can do it standing up. She's proud of it.
Oh, she uses no device. She just pulls back the the areas.
So a lawyer,
the structures, and leans back and does it.
That's correct.
A lawyer brings secretaries in and shows them how she does that. That seems like something a lawyer should know better than to do.
Well, that's what they do. They all talk about it in the office.
I guess if everybody's into it,
I've heard the term penis envy before, but I didn't know that it ran so rampant.
That's crazy. Thank you, Steve.
Well, that's all right. I squat to pee.
Do you? You hover?
It all balances out.
This is Don in New Jersey. Hi, Don.
Hey, Kabooby, guys.
Kabooby.
My girlfriend's actually in the military. She's in the Army.
Mm-hmm.
And while she was in Iraq, she did gun trucks, and obviously there's a shortage of bathrooms in the desert.
Mm-hmm.
And they actually issue her like a very similar product. It's not cardboard covered in wax, but it's the same idea where you can actually pee standing up.
Now that makes sense in that particular situation where you're out in the middle of nowhere.
Take your
I think
pants off.
I think they make a ton of sense at that point.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you, sir.
All right. Oh man.
So there are instances. This is Jamie in Nashville. Hi, Jamie.
Hi.
You want one of these?
No, I want to get them for my work, though.
You do? Why for your work?
I'm a nurse, and I think it would be very helpful if they were, like, sterilized and sold to hospitals.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be
does
a
make
bummer.
sense.
Yeah, help women giving urine samples.
You could use one of these. Would probably make it easier to take a pregnancy test, I would guess.
I would think.
Start working the angles.
Yeah.
This thing looks so stupid, though, and I'm not buying her thing about, you gotta use it and then just fold it up and put it in your pocket. Who does that?
No, you just fling it off. It's covered in wax.
The only people
that
do that are greasy, hairy, bear-like Canadian women. That's exactly right.
Probably true. It's Christy. Hi, Christy.
Hi, how are you?
Not bad.
Good.
Do you have the Liberator or whatever it was called?
No, well, I have the plastic version. It's called the Freshette. It's
the Freshette.
Yeah. My husband got it for me for Christmas.
Was it? Did he get it for you as a joke?
To catch.
The thing is, we go winter camping a lot.
Yeah.
And usually I'm the only girl going.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if you've ever accidentally sat down in the snow when you're trying to pee.
Nope.
But
no, it has not happened.
You know,
that probably is a bummer. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is. It kind of startles you. So I complained so much that he finally bought me one of those last year for Christmas.
Now,
apparently they're pretty common. We've gotten a lot of calls from women who said that, hey, I like the idea.
Kidding.
We might have actually done a service for some listeners to the show.
This thing is like a pea rain gutter.
Yeah.
Is what is yours? Yeah. Did you get yours like in flesh tone and actually has penis markings on it because that's what you want?
Yeah. Do you have envy?
That'd be awesome, though. But no.
That'd be awesome. Thank you, Kristen.
No, it's just kind of a plastic. It looks like kind of like a funnel. You could probably use one of those oil funnels.
A funnel.
Yeah.
You could probably.
I'm sure you could just use a funnel. Why not?
Where are you storing it right now?
It's still in the box.
Still in the box. You haven't used it yet?
We haven't gone camping yet, so.
The time is coming, though, for funnel time.
It's probably not the intended purpose for it. You probably had to order it from like a Japanese catalog.
That's probably what it is. Thank you, Christy.
It was from a catalog, and I'm pregnant right now. And so, one of those things is you have to go to the bathroom all the time. So I'm thinking about, bringing it with some bleach and keeping it in my glove box, just in case.
Just in case it happens while you're on the road, yeah.
Off to the side of the road.
What a pain in the ass, man.
Thank you, Christy. Good luck with your pregnancy, by the way.
Thank you.
You got it.
Oh, man.
Well, there you go. Apparently we misjudged it. Apparently a lot of people are into it.
She's late to the party, this Lori.
Seems like it.
Yeah.
It's obviously a product that's been around for a while. But nonetheless, she still had a chance to take a picture of herself taking a leak by a road in Canada. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, well, I tell you what,
One
you
dream fulfilled.
You can get a package of 5 for just $4.99.
Seems like a pretty awesome product even now.
Yeah, well, I bought 9.
We'll take a break. It is the Free Beer and Hotwig Show. 97.9 GRD, Grand Rapids Rock Alternative, the Free Beer and Hotwig Show, brought to you by ABC Warehouse, the closest thing to wholesale. Mix of clouds and sun today, 38 the high. It is 36 now, downtown GR. Looking forward to tonight. I can't believe it's more than 12 hours away still. But the big fancy Think Fast game show going on at the Orbit Room. The 6th incarnation of such games. It's going to be chaos the night before Thanksgiving. I remember last year driving to my mom and dad's house on Thanksgiving, completely hungover.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
And I am going to do it again tomorrow. Looking forward to that. So if you're on your way out tonight, a couple notes. One, prepare to have a great time, because that'll be fun. More importantly, or also important, we will have calendars for sale in person at the Orbit Room. So if you don't want to go through shipping and handling, you can get those while you are at the game show. We'll have signed and unsigned copies for you.
Mm-hmm.
You can get them. Of course, all the proceeds for that go to charity. You can get those, or see a preview of those, a small one, in the shop section of freebeerandhotwings.com, referring, of course, to the not necessarily gay calendar, all done for charity. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. 1-800-947-3979. You can email freebeerandhotwings@hotmail.com. You know, we've had one of our favorite things every year is when Comedy Central does their roast of whoever. This most recent one was Bob Saget.
Yep.
There have been a lot of other ones that we've enjoyed. TBS is getting in on the roasting business.
They are.
Yes. On Sunday night at 10 o'clock, Cheech and Chong roasted.
Sunday at 10. I'll have to mark that one down.
Yep, that's 10 Eastern, 9 Central. A roast that will be hosted by Brad Garrett, who's taking some time off from smacking paparazzi upside the head.
Yep.
Here are your guests that are doing the roasting. This is a strange combination of people. Tom Arnold, Geraldo Rivera, Wilmer Valderrama, Andy Dick, who that's the only thing he has left is that in reality TV.
Apparently.
Steve Carell and Penn and Teller. I'm taping this. This sounds good. Now, some of those people, you can see why they'd have something to do with Cheech and Chong. And maybe Steve Carell has worked with them, or they just thought we need a big name, and Carell is one of those. Penn and Teller makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine that they're all big fans.
Sure.
Probably is how that ends up happening, but
I don't know. Those are always funny. Roasts are always funny.
Yeah, roasts are great.
Apparently, Jeffrey Ross did some roasting last night at the end of Dancing with the Stars.
Yeah.
Apparently, they busted him in. I don't know if any of it was funny.
Yeah, I don't know.
I would think it would be pretty watered down.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'd be interested to hear it because I knew that it was coming up. I saw it in the preview, and I saw the first few minutes of Dancing with the Stars, but I didn't watch the whole thing, so I didn't see him, but...
There's a report that, because it came down to, I believe, Warren Sapp, Lance Bass, and Brooke Burke.
Yep.
Brooke Burke wins. Apparently, Warren Sapp showed up way late for the final practice and was questioned on it by Brooke Burke's dancing partner, Derek Ho.
Derek Huff. Huff is how you pronounce it.
And apparently Warren Sapp grabbed him by the neck and pushed him up against the wall like he was Eric Zane, and Derek Huff was a morning show host in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Wow.
And Huff stood up to Warren Sapp. Now, Warren Sapp, those who, most people listening probably know who he is because of Dancing with the Stars or his career in the NFL, but he's a mountain of a man.
He's huge. And was shockingly good, actually.
Yeah. Made it to the finals.
But still, you know, I can see why, because those dancers that they're teamed up with the celebrities are pros. I mean, this is their life. That's what they do. Yeah. They're all champs at what they do. So, I can see why they would say, wow, you got to be here on time.
They don't want some dope screwing it up for everybody.
Gets him in a chokehold.
That'd be a bummer. That'd be a real quick reality trip, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah. God.
Wait a minute, I'm being choked by an NFL defensive tackle who's going to the Hall of Fame. This can't work for me.
No.
Right. Hey, fancy feet. I'm going to beat your ass.
Let us not forget who played in the NFL and who's a dancer. All that. Check the website, freebeerandhotwings.com, for new stuff. As always, we'll take a break. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show.
Road rage traffic.
Scattered icy spots out there. Wyoming, Burlingame Avenue and Prairie Parkway south of 28th. A wreck in the cleanup stage north of Coopersville. Taft and 56 car and a deer hooking up. That's traffic.
Good morning, 5:57. Time for your Free Beer and Hot Wings news update. Mix of sun and clouds today with a high of 38. It's 35 now. I'm Hot Wings. And an elderly woman has been rescued from what Muskegon police chief says was an absolutely disgusting and heartbreaking house.
Oh, yeah.
The 85-year-old was found yesterday afternoon in a house in the 1600 block of Hoyt. For weeks, the woman was not allowed to get off the couch.
Not allowed?
Nope. A 50-year-old man was arrested and is in jail for abuse on an
Is that
elder.
her son?
I don't know if that's her son or not.
Okay.
Offhand.
Wow.
But yeah, I had heard yesterday that it was 3 weeks that she was on the couch.
Man, that sounds rough.
I don't even know how somebody's brain can be so broken that they go, yeah, this is what I should be doing right now.
Probably trying to kill her.
I don't know.
Man.
Oh.
A doctor will be spending a year in jail for sexual assault against a girl under the age of 13. Dr. Ari Vanderweed of Fremont pleaded guilty and admitted to 3 counts of second-degree criminal sexual conduct. He was employed at Pine Medical Group and once worked for Gerber Memorial Hospital. The girl was not a patient. In sports, the Lions' traditional Thanksgiving Day game will be shown on local TV. Would have been shown here anyway because we're outside the blackout radius, but team officials announced the game against Tennessee did sell out yesterday by after the afternoon's deadline, lifting the local blackout. Detroit's last 3 home games were blacked out. The first games that were blacked out since they moved to Ford Field in 2002. Officials also said a limited number of tickets are still available after the Titans returned a portion of their allotment.
So we don't need these. We're cool.
We aren't going to, people aren't going to head north for this one.
If it weren't for this being Thanksgiving, this wouldn't have sold out, but it's so many families' tradition to get together for this game.
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing they noted in some of the columns I read was, yes, it's sold out, but will it be a full house?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty unlikely.
No. Yeah, I doubt it.
Joe's going to the game.
Is he?
Yeah.
How about it? Joe's a super fan.
He's going to be in there with friends and family. So that'll be interesting to hear Joe's take on it. All the booze cascading down.
Mm-hmm.
I hope Joe wears an Los Angeles Lions shirt.
Yeah, that'd be fun. Joe, wear it. Yeah. Wear that thing proudly. Man.
The Red Wings return to the ice as they take on the Canadiens in an original 6 matchup at Joe Louis. That game is tonight at 7:30.
It's time for the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show with free beer.
My penis belongs on stage.
Hot wings.
Belly up to the counter, and we'll happily push in your stool.
And Eric Zane.
Way to go, a-hole!
The Free Beer and Hot Wings Morning Show.
Free beer and hot wings in the morning. Free beer and hot wings in the morning. It's time.
Do you have any ideas, the PD?
And who's the dope laughing in the background? What have you done with your stupid career, dope?
Do you have any idea how annoying it is over the last 2 years to have this station beaten in Morning Drive by the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show?
Well, I guess they like them a little better. What can I tell you?
At least I've heard of them.
So you're gonna now beat Free Beer and Hot Wings.
Not off the bat. We're starting.
There's no offense, but you're not. You can't do it.
I think technically it's been closer to 4 years.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But nonetheless.
This guy is smoking balls tonight.
It's Wednesday. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. Free Beer, Hot Wings, and Eric Zane. Producer Joe here as well. You can join us toll free, 1-800-947-3979. Producer Joe yesterday surprised us with the mystery stunt. We'll revisit that in 1 hour. The emails that we got from last night or yesterday afternoon through last night and then through early this morning, overwhelmingly supporting your venture, Joe, and saying that the video is hilarious. One woman wrote she couldn't stop laughing for a long time when she saw how nervous you were, and then had to sing the Winnie the Pooh theme song out loud to keep from puking.
I believe it. I don't think I've ever cried during a stunt. And I did yesterday.
You did?
I was into the...
Well, not cried, but I was tearing up.
You.
You know what I didn't realize, and it's evident when we replay it, is I didn't realize that you actually do hard boil those.
Yeah.
The balut. Even though you're just basically hard boiling a baby bird.
Joe, did you boil them?
I did.
You did?
Okay. I was under the impression that they were just completely formed, and you just open up the egg and chow raw bird. But so.
No, they were cooked. Well, I don't know.
A little
Some
undercooked,
parts.
I think.
Yeah, it didn't matter.
So.
They were still pretty oozy.
Yeah.
Wow.
They were juicy.
Wow.
Yeah.
So gross, though.
God, was that disgusting.
When I cracked that second one, getting ready somehow to take my second attempt at one, and that little fetus flew out of the thing and plopped on the counter.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
Gravity had that head and neck squirt through the crack.
Mm-hmm.
That was something.
And the reaction was, oh my God.
Special time. That comes up in about 1 hour. Lots of stuff going on today, including Paired with an Idiot in 30 minutes. It's the I Can't Wait to Talk About Blank segment right now at 1-800-947-3979. You can jump in with whatever's on your mind. We've got a great new video you're going to want to see that involves a couple kids who are bored, a couple video cameras, an old basketball hoop, and the roof of a house.
And bad judgment.
Certainly bad judgment.
Certainly bad judgment.
That is on the way. What Hot Wings thinks. Right after that, what's your topic, Hot Wings?
Another $800 billion.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Got an email that said that I am no longer allowed to, very angry email.
Really?
Said that I am no longer allowed to mention stuff that's more than 30 minutes away because that is very offensive to this person.
It's offensive?
Really?
Very irritating to them.
So is that like...
that something could go on when they're not listening.
Oh, well, yeah, well, we should really keep that in check.
I hope
then.
you know that pisses me off. Said
well, you know what, listener? It pisses us off that you can't keep listening to hear those segments that Free Beer is going to continue to tease.
There's a reason we do that.
So that you will go, oh, I think I'd like to hear that.
I would like to hear that. I'm find a way.
I will find a way to listen to that.
No, I completely agree with that. I know when I'm at home in the afternoon watching television and I see a promo for The Office, which is 6 hours away, God, does that make me mad that it's not coming up in the next 1 minute.
Yeah.
Dang it.
Why don't you be a little more self-centered, Joe, listener? What are you, me?
I'm looking forward to this phone topic that we're doing in about 90 minutes. We'll ask you to call if you know that you are going to ruin your family's Thanksgiving. For whatever reason, because there are people that maybe they have something they're going to reveal to their family. Maybe they're bringing a significant other that they know that no one will like.
Maybe they just don't like someone that they're going to see, and they expect some type of confrontation.
Lots of stuff. That'll be good.
There's several people I will see tomorrow who I haven't seen since last Thanksgiving. And it's funny because I am really looking forward to it, and I adore everybody that I will be with. And I can't wait to go, seriously. But last Thanksgiving, and that was the same for last Thanksgiving.
Sure.
But last Thanksgiving, World Book Jim, and I even told this story on the air. Man, does this guy do it. Man, because when he pins his ears back and lets one fly, it's trouble. It
like
cuts,
an attack?
It cuts right to the heart. Because now, as I've detailed many times, my dad left when I was about 8 and then got remarried eventually after he divorced my mother. And the woman he married has 3 girls. And so I've always gotten along with them. And I always thought Jim did, my brother Jim, World Book Jim. And but he has a tendency to, how would you describe him? Because you've witnessed it from an outsider's perspective. He's a really straighten you out type of guy. He's going to straighten anybody out. He likes straightening people out.
He's World Book Jim, self-appointed life coach.
Okay. So, and I most of the time appreciate his efforts because he loves me and my family. But this was a great example. We're sitting there at Thanksgiving, and my oldest stepsister is Sue. And Sue is really a nice person. And she did one of these midlife find God type of deals. Really intense church. Not exactly my cup of tea, but whatever. Better than nothing.
Right.
Whatever. That's fine. There's a poignant moment last Thanksgiving when World Book Jim is sitting there, and we're having a good time. And there's a conversation kind of dies down. And Sue looks at my brother and says, Jim, because my dad was very involved in these girls' lives.
Mhm.
They didn't have a dad around. They had a dad, but he just wasn't around. So my dad has helped them for years and been a father figure. So this is all good, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, bad situation, but it's for the most part positive.
Yeah.
He's really helped these three girls, my stepsisters, over the years. Well, Sue looks at World Book Jim and says, Jimmy, I just wanted to let you know that it's a time like this that makes me think back on a holiday when we're all together. And I just wanted to say thank you for sharing your dad. Now, if you were Jim, honestly, how would you have responded to that? And I'm asking you to not be smart. Just how would you have handled that if somebody looked at you and said on Thanksgiving with a lot of people around at a quiet moment, Hot Wings, thank you for sharing your dad. Free Beer, thank you for sharing your dad with us.
I would probably say something to the effect of, yes, he's a great guy, and I'm glad that he could be there for you.
And I'm glad we can all be together now.
You know,
It's good that we're all family now.
I would just let it roll, probably.
I'm sure he said something like that as World Book Jim's self-appointed life coach.
Mm-hmm. Probably something very caring. And
I quote, yeah, like I had a choice.
Because she was just trying to be nice.
Oh, completely. It was... Can you believe that? Yeah, like I had a choice.
Was it awkward?
I had left. I didn't witness it.
Oh, good.
But he called me to tell me. And he's all bent out of shape driving home. He actually got worked up about it.
He was mad that
She
had said it.
I don't know what he was mad about.
Somebody might have some unresolved issues.
Yeah, no kidding.
Dude.
It's not her fault that the marriage between your mother and him fell apart. It's not your stepsister's fault.
No!
What was she supposed to do? Be mad at him for trying to be in her life?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Hey, Jim, I
Don't
sure
know.
wish your dad hadn't been nice to me. Real sorry about that.
Holy cow. And I go, wow. And he told me that, and I didn't. Okay, now I don't know if when he called me to tell me about it, minutes after it happened, I'm driving home, and I don't know if he was expecting me to go, yeah, way to go, but I didn't.
Way to
I was
stick
just,
it to her.
I was just silent. I was like, oh boy, and I'm thinking, and I said, I go, wow, man, you got a big set of balls on you because I wouldn't have done that.
Which is not always a compliment.
No.
It sort of is
You
a
got
way of
some
saying,
nerve.
"Oh, that was a bad choice.
It might have been maybe a little too sideways. That was more diagonal than sideways. Brother.
That's more direct, I think.
That
Yeah.
remark might have been okay if he had done it to your dad.
Yeah,
But
that would
not
have
in
been
that setting.
different.
Yeah, but not 30 years after the fact. I mean, come on.
And not
That
to
happens.
her. That's not her
No.
fault. She didn't create that environment. She was just trying to be nice. So this is why your family get-togethers are always excellent.
Now, this is why when you come back on Monday, you'll have a story about something that happened at your family, and mine will have been pleasant, fun, but boring.
Jim won't be there this
that's-
year.
Oh. Well, maybe Paul will do some push-ups and drink some beers.
Paul won't be there either.
Oh, man. Who do we got? Norman Bummer?
Norman Bummer might be there.
Maybe then.
Well, the thing is, that whole family, and I use the term dysfunctional because, I mean, technically it is.
Mm-hmm.
My family and that family. A lot of weird things are happening where people from the past are being invited to these get-togethers.
Mm-hmm.
And without getting too into the details, this is happening more and more. So the girl's dad that I told you is not involved, that wasn't involved, and my dad was, he's going to be there.
Well, that's going to be weird.
So we're talking about a group gathering of...
You should thank him for sharing his daughters.
Right. All these bygones are letting bygones be bygones, and all these people are out of the woodwork. It's like a reunion of marriages.
You could tell them how you wanted to do some of them, but not all of them.
Oh, my God. That's awful.
So now, why isn't Jim going to be there? Is he going to be going like door to door through the neighborhood, knocking on doors and going, "Yeah, it must be nice to be having a good family get together"?
He's going to be begging for food scraps.
I don't know. I think he is going with it to celebrate. I don't know.
You're going to go to restaurants and chastise people for not having parties at their homes.
Where's your family?
Yeah. Yeah, nice way to cook a turkey. Yeah, go to a restaurant, dick. That's not how I'd do it.
I'm not sure what he's going to do.
Or he's going to go to his wife's family's thing and then do this. Oh, yeah, thanks for having this at the same time my family does. Like, I want to spend time with you. Thanks for the bird.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure, man.
I like the idea.
Boy, wow.
It is the can't wait to talk about blank segment. It kind of goes in a lot of different directions. Let's start with Tim in New Jersey. Hi, Tim.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Hands up, buddy.
I just got my calendar.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot better than you guys played it out to be.
You're not necessarily gay calendar featuring myself and producer Joe.
Yes.
We get emails saying that sort of sentiment every day, but it's difficult to describe it on the air, and because it's kind of you have to see it, but we don't want to give the pictures away on the website, so there's some
we want
surprise.
people to buy it.
Yeah, and the pictures you give up on the website are probably the two least funny ones in the calendar.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah,
and that was intentional because we'd rather undersell and overdeliver than oversell and underdeliver, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I would much rather get calls like yours that said, boy, you guys didn't do it justice. This is funnier than I expected. Than the opposite where people call, this kind of sucks.
Like when you go see a movie and all the funny parts were in the trailer. We didn't want that to happen.
Well, no, that's exactly right. And the beauty of it is the guys at My Town are experts in design. They do our website, but they design anything. So they did all the layout on this, and then we approved it, and then it was professionally printed. So that this is the type of calendar that when you're walking through the mall, you see a middle of the mall type of kiosk with all these shrink wrapped calendars of puppies and hunks and hot chicks. This is the type of calendar that is, except it's Hot Wings and Joe.
Yeah, and your two best ones are March and July.
Oh, you think so, huh?
The pillow fight and the car wash.
The car wash is great because Hot Wings has this tough guy look. He's clearly the pitcher in this, that.
Certainly, yes.
And Joe is exhausted from catching.
Yes,
of course.
And then I personally think that November is the most staggering.
With
that Joe
one's
laying
pretty
on
rough.
his belly and a massage table, Hot Wings. Should I describe it?
No, we're not on a table. He's laying on a bed.
Laying on a bed. Hot Wings straddling his butt.
Yeah.
Squirting massage lotion on his back, but he's holding the massage container, the lotion container, between his legs, and you can actually see a white stream spurting out of the end of the container into a big puddle of white on Joe's back. What a mess.
Is it coincidence that photo ended up in your birthday month?
No coincidence.
Well,
next
Tim,
year, that will be my birthday.
We're glad you like it, and thanks for buying the calendar and supporting the charity, okay?
I'm buying another one and giving it to my uncle who's a cop.
You're a good man.
Excellent. Yeah, that's good.
Right in the department.
He'll put it up at the office, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Maybe you'll get a PDA card for it.
Take it easy, guys.
Thanks, man.
1-800-947-3979. We are going to get to the phone topic later. I'm going to ruin Thanksgiving. But Carl in Flint isn't going to be able to call later, so we're going to get to his story later, that is. So we're going to get to his story now and let him warm us up a little bit. Hi, Carl.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, man.
What's up, man?
All right, so this is how I'm going to ruin my Thanksgiving.
Okay.
I'm going to be sharing with my parents and my family that I'm not only going to be flunking out of college, but that I am that my girlfriend's going to have to drop out of college because I got her pregnant, and that I got fired from my job by testing positive on a drug test.
Oh, that is more than a trifecta.
Gosh.
That's 4 big hitters.
Holy cow.
Wow. You school, her pregnant, you losing your job, and the reason for the job is drugs. That's 5 big hitters you're going to unload.
Carl, how old are you?
If you're going to do it, I say, swing for the fences.
Tear the Band-Aid off fast. How old are you, Carl?
I am 20 years old.
20. You don't live at home?
No.
No.
I live out with my girlfriend.
Oh, man.
In a little piece of crap little apartment on the bad side of town.
Wow. Well, what? Why Thanksgiving?
Really, just kind of a random occurrence of times coming together.
Not really. You're planning it.
Sort of everybody's together. Is that the thinking?
Well, if I'm going to tell the story, and I'm sure, if I did it any other time, I'd have to tell it a million times, and it would get worse and worse and worse. I'm sure. Why not just tell them all at once and not have to worry about it again?
Oh, geez.
I agree.
Well, it doesn't matter when he does it. It's going to be awful.
Carl, you have to call us back and tell us how it went.
Oh, I will most definitely do that.
Are you going to do it pre-meal or post-meal?
Yeah.
I think I'm going to do it pre-meal.
Carl, I got an idea. This is a way to subtly bring it up. Hey, the Lions are on, and they're a disaster. Funny story. Let me walk you through it.
That's not a bad idea. I might go for that.
Why don't you, or maybe even set it up and embrace this this plan of yours and put on like a disaster movie, like one about a plane crash or maybe Titanic.
Or like Deep Impact or something.
Something where something really bad is happening.
Yeah. Funny thing about this movie, see, because this part of the movie, everything's going really good, but then something happened.
There's always something that happens.
There's a parallel. I got a story for you.
Or maybe on DVD, pick up a biographical history of like John Wayne Gacy or something and put that on. Just watch it.
Yeah, so that there's in some way a could be worse scenario displayed on the big screen.
Wow.
Well, Carl, good luck. Okay.
Thanks.
All right, man. Wow, that is.
Well, that's a good one to start.
Oh boy, yeah, that
terrifying.
Is strong.
Talk about not looking forward to.
Nice future, by the way, Carl.
Well, maybe he's getting it together now. Hopefully.
How? How could he possibly be getting it together?
Maybe this was just the 5 wake-up calls he needed.
Well,
she's pregnant, so we're just gonna quit school. Well, and I understand that. But by the way, I have no job because of drugs. Oh,
wow.
Yikes.
I am glad I am not him.
Well, the good news is with the new president coming in, you probably won't have to pay any taxes on the $8,000 you make every year for the next 10 years.
Well, and it's going to be easy to get a loan because the banks are going to have so much money, it's going to be falling out of their pockets, as Hot Wings will cover later on in What Hot Wings Thinks.
Yeah.
This new story of another $800 billion in loans to America's banks for credit cards and everything else. When I saw that story this morning, I actually, in the office, said, "What the F?" And got angry briefly.
Yeah, easy to do.
Also later on today, Dumber Than Zane Trivia presented by Cat Footwear, a chance to win $800. And Cat Footwear is busy today because they also have more chances for you to get qualified to win the trip to Daytona with Cat Footwear. So we'll do. I think. Can't wait to talk about blank segment. Might turn into a mini version of How Did You Ruin Thanksgiving? Because there are a lot of people listening right now that maybe won't be able to call in later. Andy in New Hampshire joins us. Hi, Andy.
Hey there.
How are you?
Hey, I'm not going to ruin Thanksgiving this year, but I do have a little something up my sleeve.
Yeah.
But last year, we were sitting around the dinner table, and my friends and I for years have slaughtered our own turkeys.
Right.
And I happened to mention this at the dinner table, and my FNC's, that's my brother's wife,
wow,
just looked at me and her jaw hit the table, and I thought her mother was going to cry. She couldn't even finish her dinner.
How did you mention it pretty graphically, or did you just say, "Yeah, I killed this bird"?
Well, I mean, I didn't get gross about it. All it was a conversation.
Yeah.
Well, her mother's kind of a Fruit Loop anyway.
A Fruit Loop, you say?
Yeah.
Oh man, she's bad.
Yeah.
Are they real animal lovers that just want to? I mean, if they're eating the bird, I guess they should know that it gets killed. I mean,
no, I think they're more. They don't see reality in life.
I see.
I think they prefer to think that turkeys and Hamburg come from the market, not the farm.
I got you. Sort of like we always say, it dies from happiness, except we're just kidding.
Yeah, a lot of people.
They actually really believe it.
Well, Hot Wings' wife is a great example of that. She didn't want to hear the ins and outs of what. I mean, she'll eat it, right?
Yeah, she's not a vegetarian.
Okay. But when it comes, I just wish I could have been a fly on the wall in that room when he's I just killed the bird, But they had to have known it was going to happen. I mean, you don't have the guy had a turkey running around the backyard.
I think the rest of his family's, at least his mother-in-law, is being a bit of a Nancy.
I don't know that that's a conversation you have while you're eating it, though.
Yeah,
now,
I mean, it depends on your family.
For me personally, that is not a conversation I mean, and I'm not even that affected by that stuff. Lord knows I've been on this show long enough and watched a number of us eat things, so I don't get grossed out very much, but I still don't want to have a conversation about the bird slaughter while I'm eating the bird.
Well, the word slaughter is a rough word to begin with.
Yeah, it really resonates.
I think of slaughter, I think about, a bunch of refugees in Sudan being gunned down by some crazy warlord who's got a big machine gun on the back of an Isuzu truck or something like that.
Yeah, you're pretty much relegated to the word slaughter or killed. I mean, there's not
prepared the bird.
Yes.
Yeah, but
I prepared the bird.
Prepared still doesn't describe it, because if my dad could say I prepared the bird.
Yeah, you could if you couch and say, well, this bird was running around this morning, and then I grabbed him and prepared him for dinner.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess you could do that.
You could easily negotiate that. Very, very tricky.
There are euphemisms available.
I still wouldn't talk about it while I'm eating it.
Yeah.
Maybe
I think
maybe
Andy's an animal.
afterward or beforehand.
Yeah, I
Not
agree.
during. Not while you're sitting there and you got a mouthful of turkey and corn and you're buttering a roll and all this. Hey, I killed this bird.
Andy's an effing slob. Yeah. Sorry, Andy. I like
That was a weird turn.
I'm glad you're listening to it. You're a effing bore.
I don't think so. Well, I don't know.
That's very boorish
It is.
behavior.
It is a little
You're telling me that
boorish.
if you're sitting there at the dinner table and
No,
your
you're
brother-in-law Greg says, "Oh man, the blood spurted out of his neck when I slaughtered him."
Well,
Eat up.
it depends on how he did it, because he made it seem like he did it fairly subtly. Like, we killed this, when we killed this. But then again, any story that includes when we
kill
killed
or
this
slaughter
bird is going to be a
are not
problem.
subtle
You're right.
words.
Yeah, but even so, I mean, I'm not a person who believes that turkey or Hamburg comes from just the market. I know where it comes from, but I don't want to hear anyone bring up the process or that it happened or anything else. I want to believe that thing didn't start with a head in the first place. It came as just tender, cooked, awesome body. And I'm going to eat it.
Yes.
And that's it.
It's a bummer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree. 1-800-947-3979. One more Thanksgiving call for now, and then we'll get to it full on in about an hour and 10 minutes. Jamie in New Hampshire. Hi, Jamie.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Jamie? Thank you.
I'm good. Long-time listener, and I love the show.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did
And
you?
I'm hoping not to ruin Thanksgiving, but I do know this year my girlfriend is bringing me home, and I'm the first girl that she's going to introduce to her extended family.
So is she out of the closet to her family now, or is it a complete surprise?
To her immediate family, she is. I've met her parents before, and we get along well, but to her grandmother and aunts and uncles, I think they know, but it's not anything that's ever been really discussed, so I'm very nervous about it, actually.
Is there any chance they're going to blame you for, quote-unquote, turning her gay? Because you know how sometimes people do that.
No, I don't think so. She's told me that she's been out to her parents when she was 13. I mean,
Oh, okay.
Now, do you think when you're introduced, it'll be kind of subtle, like this is my friend or this is my lover?
Oh, no. Her parents will definitely say this is her friend.
Yeah. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Am I the only one getting a boner right now?
Well, Jamie, good luck. That has awkward written all over it.
Mm-hmm.
I almost just went to my own family's, but, you know.
And you're out to your family, right?
Yes, I am.
How old were you when you came out? Do you mind me asking?
No, I was 25, and I was actually the year before engaged to marry a guy, so it was very hard for my family.
And it was always nagging in the back of your mind.
Yeah, definitely. I went to a very small school, though, and I definitely would never have dreamed of coming out then. So.
Yeah. You couldn't have come out of the closet at the school where I went. That's for sure.
How old were you during your first encounter?
I was 25.
Mm. Wow.
Yeah.
I love
pie.
Jamie, good luck. That's going to be awkward. That's for sure. Thank you very much.
Love the show, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Jamie. 1-800-947-3979. You can email freebeerandhotwings@hotmail.com. What a contrast where her girlfriend came out at 13 and she at 25. There's a big difference.
We can go eat pie.
Eating pie is a Thanksgiving tradition.
Yeah, it sure is.
I love pie.
Most of my family eats pie.
Mm-hmm.
Makes my taco pop.
We also have tacos.
And roast beef.
Too bad you're not abroad, because I need some poontang.
Drool. You see that drool?
At least once a week, something cracks up Zane and he drools. It's on his pants.
You got a big old dollop.
Is that from the drool or from the last call and you had an emission?
Quite a shot, really. Paired with an Idiot comes up next. Hot Wings taking on Eric Zane. We'll need a couple of contestants. 1-800-947-3979. 3979 if you want to play. What Hot Wings thinks later on this hour, and a great new video that we'll play some audio for it, but it's one you're going to want to see as well.
Yeah, that is true.
It's another one of those where you give some teenagers a video camera and a little bit of spare time, and they turn into giant dolts.
2 video cameras.
Yeah,
they got multiple angles.
Yeah, they were really preparing for this big stunt.
This was and I was thinking about it, and you'll understand this question later. Even if it had gone well, it was going to end with disaster.
I wish I had a friend that you could make him do anything. Wait a minute, that was me.
Yeah, it was you.
They made me do everything.
That's why you didn't have that friend, because you were the friend.
You'd have been racking yourself on a basketball hoop. Yelling, look at me.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody, watch this.
Yeah.
Hell, I bet we could get you to do it by 10 today.
Probably.
We'll take a break. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show.
Traffic.
Might be a few icy spots out on the road. We'll look out for that. Northeast Beltline between 96 and Leonard. Lanes closing off and on starting at 9 this morning until 3 for work on traffic lights. That's traffic.
97.9 GRD, Grand Rapids Rock Alternative. It's the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. Don't forget, the GRD Bootleg 08 CD is available at all West Michigan Meijer stores. It's available now. Seether, The X's, Pop Evil, 6 a.m., Candlebox, and more. Some rare tracks, some hard-to-find recordings, all on there. And all just for $9.79. That price has remained the same throughout the stretch of the bootleg CD. Proceeds this year benefit the West Michigan Environmental Action Council, keeping our environment clean and green. WGRD.com has all the details. The GRD 08 bootleg CD from Qdoba, Meijer, and, of course, all of us here at 97.9 GRD. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. In the next 25 minutes, what Hot Wings thinks, and a latest video of somebody making a very poor decision involving, as we said, a basketball hoop, 2 video cameras, a roof, 2 teenagers, and boredom and lack of brainstem.
This is why you buy your kids video games, so that they don't do stuff like this when they get bored.
That's right. That's on the way. And if you missed Joe's stunt, his big mystery stunt yesterday, we'll have that coming up for you as well. Meanwhile, time for a little bit of Paired with an Idiot. Let's meet our contestants. This is John, listening on...
Hey, how's it going?
Hi, John.
Pretty good.
All right. And Ron...
Hi, John. Pretty good.
In Springfield, listening on QLZ. Hi, Ron.
Hey, what's going on?
All right. John and Ron will be our contestants. John, you were in first. Who do you want to team up with, Hot Wings or Eric Zane?
Oh, let's go with Hot Wings.
Okay. All right. Ron and Zane will be teammates. This game very similar to $25,000 Pyramid. I've created 2 lists. On each list, there are 10 things, and when the hosts, Hot Wings and Zane, are describing these things, they cannot say those words or phrases unless they've already been said by the contestant. Their job is to get the contestant to say the word or phrase so that they can move on. Only listeners can pass, John or Ron. Mm-hmm. So be careful, all right?
All right.
Ron, would you choose number 1 or 2 to randomly distribute the lists?
2.
Ron takes 2. All right, that means John and Hot Wings are going first. Ron, just sit back and listen. Zane, here is a copy for you to look at. Hot Wings, here is one for you to not look at.
Okay.
Yet. You'll have 60 seconds when I say go. Only John can pass. This would be things the government has given a bailout to. Okay, because they've given a bailout to just about everything.
Oh, my God.
This might be fictitious, so don't get hung up if you're... Don't go, no, not really.
If you're too smart at the thing.
Yes.
Yeah, don't get hung up.
Things the government has given a bailout to. John, are you ready?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. On your mark, get set, go.
These are things that you put bread in and warm and then have for breakfast.
Toaster.
Yes.
This is the type of business we work for, the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show.
Radio.
Radio what? Not a corporation, but
network.
Not a network either. Another name for a corporation.
The
National
business.
Broadcasting.
National Broadcasting. Pass.
Okay.
Thank you. Oh, gosh. Okay, this is a place where you can get very fresh vegetables. They usually set them up on the weekend in a parking lot or something.
Flea market?
Not a flea market, but a place where you would get vegetables.
What could it be?
Vegetables.
Pass.
Who grows vegetables?
Oh, my gosh. Okay, this is a game that girls play that has a bat.
Softball?
Yes.
Yes.
Right.
Thanks.
Yeah. Wow. Oh, dude. Man, just in under the wire. How many points did you add up there, Free Beer?
Let's see. 1, 2.
Ooh.
Wings?
You think the 30 seconds that we were trying to get the word company
combined with the 20 seconds you tried to get farmers.
Yeah, you didn't guess farmer. I hope you have a terrible Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Or angry.
Poor use of the past there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, Ron and Zane, you have to get 2 or more to remain in this competition and get victory.
Yeah. Okay, Ron.
Give it a whirl, guys.
Let's kick it.
Ron,
right,
Zane
Ron.
will be describing things you'd rather see on TV than the Lions on Thanksgiving.
Okay, Ron.
Things you'd rather see on TV than the Lions on Thanksgiving. Ron, are you ready?
Yep.
All right, here we go. On your mark, get set, go.
Ron, everything going good today?
Yep.
Okay, brother, here we go. Going to start it off. This is a game that you use your feet only.
Twister. No.
No, like it's a sport.
Soccer.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is a do-si-do, a type of a leisure.
Square dancing.
Square dancing.
Holy crap. You have 43 seconds to get one more.
This is like something that a creature that attaches to cells and it leaches off of it.
Pass.
Okay. This is something you get at the doctor when he sticks his finger up your pooper.
Oh, a prostate exam.
Yeah. Yes. This is what you're doing, known as 1,000-yard blank. You're gazing intently at one thing.
Pass.
Okay, this is hair on your crotch.
And you can't say
matter.
A pube.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. We got
you got hair, but it doesn't matter.
We got doesn't matter. We got 3.
You got 3, boy.
3. That was a real firestorm.
Oh, yeah. Well, I just took my time. I knew we had it.
That's true.
The one we didn't get was parasites.
Mm-hmm.
That was a tough one.
You also passed on staring.
Yeah. I don't know how you missed that. That doesn't matter. We only needed.
Because I'm an idiot.
We only needed 2.
Well, John, you can look at it this way. You were very close. You lost by 1.
Yeah,
John.
we were right there.
Ron, you get the win. Hold on, okay?
All right.
All right.
Hot Wings. That noise. Hot Wings' head on the microphone.
Yep.
You heard it. He's completely frustrated.
Other things the government has given a bailout to.
There you go.
MTV,
Uh-huh.
Iraq, hang gliders, hockey, rich people, and banks.
All right.
Things more exciting than seeing the Lions on TV, pubic hair, juggling, Rosie O'Donnell, breathing, and Bob and Tom.
Oh, I don't know. That's a tight one
just
there.
Barely.
Bob and Tom. Have you watched yet?
Barely.
Have you seen their
I have not.
No, I haven't seen it either.
Nope. Well off the radar.
Yeah.
Well, gee, I can't stay up till 1 a.m.
That's right. We'll get to what Hot Wings thinks in the next segment. We'll share a video with you that you're going to need to see, but you'll hear the audio from it. It involves some good groaning, some good accident groaning. That's on the way. We'll take a break. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show.
Union.
97.9 GRD, Grand Rapids Rock Alternative. It's the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. Brought to you by Wendy's. Go to MichiganWendy's.com to save money every day. Mix of clouds and sun today. 38 the high. It's about 34 now, downtown GR. Pistons play the New York Knicks tonight.
Yeah.
See, Antonio McDyess said that he is indeed coming back with the Pistons, even though all these he had supposedly had been contacted by 22 teams in the NBA.
Oh, that's cool.
Including his former teams and teams that probably, including the Celtics, who probably have a better chance of winning an NBA title than the Pistons, but came back out of loyalty. That's pretty impressive. Won't be back tonight, early December, though. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. Free Beer and Hot Wings at Eric Zane. You can join us toll free, 1-800-947-3979. Going to be a lot of sounds of the game. This weekend we'll have sounds of the game when we return on Monday. I'm sure people will have a lot of good times getting sounds of the game tomorrow and sending us tips for the Thanksgiving Day games, especially since it's a good chance to escape from family a little bit for a little while.
There's 3 games now on Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Last couple of years they've done that.
Really? Has it been that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think this is the 3rd or 4th year.
The Arizona.
The 3rd one is on in the middle of not the middle of the night, but in the evening. It's on the NFL Network.
Oh,
which,
okay, there you go. NFL Network.
2/3 of America doesn't get.
That is the Cardinals at the Eagles, and boy, Eagles fans are pissed at Donovan McNabb.
They hate him. I don't know why how he could possibly come back with that team next year.
Yeah, once you lose that fan support,
he may
tough.
be the least appreciated franchise quarterback. He's been there for a decade. And overall, yes, they didn't win a Super Bowl, and they had the 4 conference championships, and they lost in the Super Bowl. But that's a pretty good run.
Yeah, it is. But you know what? And in defense of those fans, I agree with you. But in defense of those fans, what they go through, reading about them every single day, they've had some good quarterbacks who've taken up the mantle when he's been hurt and have done a great job.
Yes, including Jeff Garcia.
That was the most recent. And a lot of people said, boy, I wish we wouldn't have gotten rid of him because that was like 2 years ago. Garcia was only like 36 at the time. Had an awesome year with them in a backup role.
And he went to Tampa, where Tampa was a non-playoff team, and now
Yeah.
they've been in the playoffs the last couple of years.
And Garcia is he's going to be a Pro Bowl quarterback this year.
Yeah.
At 38 years old.
Hard to believe he was a Lion and washed up. He was a Lion and a Brown and considered washed up and ready to be out of the league.
Yeah.
That's
he
amazing.
left those 2 franchises and then went back to Philadelphia as a backup.
Did well.
Wasn't expected to play because, you're not going to get it. It's not like there was a quarterback controversy at first.
Right.
So, yeah, he's McNabb. Who knows what will happen to him. But nobody's giving him a break.
That's for sure. There's some real hatred. Well, he was terrible in that game last week. So
Yeah.
you can see why that happens. It turns pretty quickly at that point.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get to what Hot Wings thinks coming up in a moment, but there's a video we want you to see. It's on freebeerandhotwings.com, which is a lot of stuff on freebeerandhotwings.com, including the video of producer Joe's mystery stunt, which comes up in the next segment. We got as much email about that stunt as we have about any stunt in a long time, including emails from people who said, after hearing it, I had to see it, and every one of the emails was talking about how they laughed and laughed and laughed. Joe, your discomfort is fun for other people.
Well, that's the point. So good.
Oh, dude,
Yeah, that's good.
You were so filled with trepidation. I have never, all the years we have been doing this, I have never seen you. The way it built up, as we got minutes closer and closer, hours closer to the actual execution of this stunt. And oh, wow, what a slow burn that was.
It was brutal. Well, I so knew it was coming to me. If you Google image balut, just
How do you
look
spell
at these
balut?
things. B-A-L-U-T.
Okay, that is a duck in a shell, just about to kick itself out of the shell, and then farmer grabs him and throws him in the fridge.
Yep.
And then that's it. You just, Joe, did it taste at all like an egg?
Yeah, like a crunchy egg.
Oh, you could like feel the bones in your mouth and
There
stuff?
were thick parts.
Do you think you can eat an omelet today?
God, I didn't think about that. Probably not. I don't really want to see anything egg-related.
It'd be pretty tough.
When you bit through its little skull, did the little bones poke you in the cheek?
Yeah, made a little crunch. I saw feathers.
Yeah.
Of course you did.
Tiny, undeveloped feathers.
Yeah.
A little fuzz.
The shell, the inside is all veiny and gross and bloody.
It was one of the grossest things I've seen, and I can't believe it's a delicacy. Those other countries are broken.
Yeah, they are. They're stupid.
They are stupid. They're the
hate them.
devil is what they are. That's devil food.
Yeah.
Seriously.
I mean, really.
Come on.
Mm-hmm.
1-800-947-3979. You can email freebeerandhotwings@hotmail.com. Also on the website, freebeerandhotwings.com, that's where you go to get the Not Necessarily Gay calendar, which there's a thread, by the way, on the message board. Also linked down there. It's a listener-run message board, but you can get to it through a link on our page. Saying that the calendar, one person went on the message board and said the calendar wasn't gay enough.
Wasn't gay enough. Jeez, what are you looking for, Jim J. Bullock?
The message boarders are pretty good at policing their own, to which they quickly replied in the same reply we would have given, which is, that's why it was called a not necessarily gay calendar. If you want a gay calendar, go to a gay porn store and get yourself a gay calendar.
Yeah, that's your thing.
That guy wanted it to be this gay.
And I said, Jimmy, your novel's about a Negro homosexual who's in love with a Jew. Wouldn't you call that a problem?
Did you guys talk like that when you were getting the photo snapped?
Oh, yeah.
You did gay enough?
Yeah, I mean, you have
Now,
to.
Joe. Now, Joey. Get on the Volkswagen Beetle.
I believe that's exactly how it went.
Yeah, that was about right.
So it's absolutely gay enough. Give me that.
It's plenty not necessarily gay enough.
Yeah.
You can also check out all of the other gear we have, the T-shirts, hats, sweatshirts. The ladies' clothing, that is in the shop section as well. That ships in 7 to 10 days. You'll have it after you get it in. And in fact, they say within 7 days you'll have it on your doorstep. Calendars take a little bit longer. Podcasts are pretty much a quick turnaround.
You think there's been any gay guys that shake one out, pictures of Joe and Hot Wings together?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Or maybe chicks who are into that.
Maybe.
We got an email this morning saying, hey, I got my calendar. I read the email this morning from a lady in New Hampshire who said, hey, I got the calendar, and you need to update the website photos because Joe is smoking hot now, and those need to be updated. We, in fact, have new photos done by our pal Tim Motley that are going to go up on the website when the redesign launches after the first of the year.
Mm-hmm.
Sweet.
So Joe, there you go. She didn't say that her bean was tickled, but I suppose it probably was.
It was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, thank you.
That seemed like a bean tickling email. So
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So that's there for you. Congratulations, you got that going for you.
Mm-hmm.
We got this video. You need to see it. freebeerandhotwings.com. I don't know if anybody will be turned on by this. Somebody probably will. There's a lot of weird people. The headline when you go to the link says he totally would have made it if he only had one leg. Which when you see the video, when I first saw it, I thought, well, I don't know what's going to happen to this guy. I was worried he was going to catch a leg on the roof because what you see in the still shot is one kid who is straddling, at least appears to be straddling from the roof of the garage to the very high extension of the basketball hoop that I would guess is more than 10 feet off the ground.
But he's not. The still we have, he's not standing. He's begun his leap.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
right.
but
at first
still
glance,
appears that he's standing, but
you don't
he
know
in fact
that.
is not.
Right.
So my concern was that his second leg was going to drag on the roof and he was going to fall face first onto the ground. And what happens isn't quite as bad, but it is wonderfully different. So to set the scene, there's two kids standing on the roof of a garage. They've got multiple camera angles.
One kid on the roof is one of the cameras down, and they have ground level camera, which is where the video starts.
The other kid on the roof is going to jump from the roof of the garage, cover maybe 4 feet in the air, and try to get his whole body to go through the basketball hoop.
Right. Now, in a normal full-grown man, or I'm guessing pretty close, depending on the age of this person, no doubt well over 5 feet, there's no possible way to get that perfect. You'd have to be going straight down.
A hoop is 24 inches.
Right.
It's pretty tight.
And that is pretty snug. I mean, he could theoretically get into it. I would think he'd get stuck unless he's completely double jointed or something. I mean,
Right,
I've
his
seen
shoulders.
guys climb through a hoop before, but to jump, not likely to make that.
And this angle is all crazy. And anyone who knows anything would know that the second you touch either the backboard or the rim, you're going to be so top-heavy on that pole and that stand, it's going to be a disaster. It's going to come down hard.
And even if and this is one of those portable hoops where you're supposed to fill the bottom with water or sand, and I don't know how full they had because this thing goes over pretty quickly.
Yeah.
But even if he had gotten through the hoop, disaster still lay below because he was going to fall at least 10 feet to the ground at a bad angle.
Yep.
So all right, this is the video. Oh, my God.
Dude, that was sick.
Dude, that was sick.
They think it's great.
Oh.
This couldn't have gone worse for him.
He only got... wow.
Oh, God.
Okay.
It's wonderful.
His right leg goes through the hoop. The metal of the rim hits his undercarriage right below his nuts.
Yeah.
He's now stuck. The thing is right between his legs. The rim is right between his legs. You hear it smash, and then sure enough, that rim goes down like a ton of bricks with him attached to it, and he face first is right into the ground.
The double impact is wonderful.
Yep. So the first oof you hear is nuts, then face. That's face.
First, right onto the ground. Nuts, face. Again, nuts, face. Oh.
Now, we've said this many times when we've
God.
watched these videos where people take these crazy falls. People die when they fall 10 feet. They break their neck or they break their back. They get paralyzed for life. It's amazing That more of these, maybe we just don't see the ones where they die because their friends don't post it to YouTube.
Yeah, maybe. But, yeah, I mean, that's one of the most frequent ways people die at the home is falling off like a 3-foot ladder.
Yeah.
I mean, where they're not that high off the ground. So these people that are jumping off roofs, oh, God. So not only does he get a nut shot, but then he falls on his face. It's great.
It is great.
You got to see it.
Here's what Hot Wings thinks. Hot Wings. What Hot Wings thinks.
Free beer, Zane and listeners. I'm more frustrated than a legless man trying to recreate Rocky's run up the steps of the Philadelphia Museum of Art. Yesterday, Treasury Secretary Hank Paulson unveiled a plan to pump another $800 billion into the financial system. Of course, yesterday's plan is massive on its own, but it's just another part of the even more massive government efforts that now total more than $7 trillion. This time, the money is intended to lower interest rates on mortgages, loosen up consumer credit so they can buy cars and stuff, and also help with college loans and credit cards. Now, I have never professed to be a master of American economics, but isn't that what the first $700 billion was for? What the F? This makes my head spin like a basketball on Dr. J's finger. Maybe if these window-licking sea-suckers had put some parameters on the money they doled out in the first place, the money would have been used as envisioned instead of allowing banks just to buy other banks and then sit on the rest. I find it very disheartening that the same government that regulated and deregulated our way into this pickle is the same government that thinks they're smart enough and infallible enough to get us out of the problem. Let's see. Whose fault was it that mortgage lenders were forced into giving loans to people who had almost no chance of paying them back? Who has spent our way into a $10.7 trillion deficit? Now, again, I'm no financial genius, but I know it wasn't me, and I know it wasn't you. Sure, we paid for it, but we didn't spend it. So here you've got these clowns demanding to see a business plan for the auto industry, but they can't even do their own jobs right. I would rather be an armless and legless gynecologist for Rosie O'Donnell than to let these soft-headed imbeciles make decisions. I'm pretty sure the last good decision the government made was the interstate system. That was a long time ago. I was 30 years from birth. I wish I still had control of all my tax money. I am growing despondent and believe I'm going to go home and put my head under a couch cushion. I'm Hot Wings, and that's what I think.
That's your new opinion from Hot Wings.
Hey, it's
PRD Road Rage Traffic.
Pretty good start to the morning. Look out for icy patches on the road, though. Maybe slowing things down for you. Northwest Beltline between 96 and Leonard. Lanes closing off and on from 9 to 3 today for work on traffic lights. That's traffic.
News brought to you by McDonald's. Get a sausage McMuffin with egg, extra value meal, and get another sandwich for just $1.
Mix of sun and clouds today shouldn't be too bad. High of 38. It's 33 now. I'm Hot Wings. And State Representative Kevin Green has admitted to driving under the influence at a lesser charge than his original DWI charge. Green pleaded guilty yesterday afternoon in a Saginaw courtroom. His original charge would have sent the Wyoming Republican to jail for 93 days. Because he pleaded guilty to a reduced charge, Green is instead paying $1,360 for court fees, and he will also participate in alcohol counseling. Green was arrested on the 29th of October when Saginaw County Sheriff's deputies found him in his parked car unconscious with a blood alcohol level of 0.13. The legal limit in the state of Michigan is 0.08. Kent County's foreclosure rates continue to skyrocket. According to a report by the Community Research Institute at Grand Valley, rates went up 176%. The Grand Rapids Association of Realtors reported 63% of homes in the last year sold were either in foreclosure or short sales.
Wow.
Several families are struggling to make their mortgage payments. The Velting family is just one of those families. Apparently the homeowner there describes her situation the past year, says it comes down to what you have to do for your kids. And, of course, most people, their kids and their family are their main priorities.
Sure.
So Man, I'll tell you.
There was a story last night on NBC News at the end about how, many generations you didn't talk about money if you had it or you didn't.
Mm-hmm.
You never talked about it with anyone, and that because of this economy, everybody knows that everybody else is kind of screwed right now, and how the national conversation has turned towards that. And there's all these families. They had a family that from New Jersey that the husband had run a pretty successful construction company for 30 years. They were retirement age. Their kids had all moved on. They had just about owned their home. And his company fell apart when everybody stopped building things because of the economy. And now here they are in what should be their golden retirement years. He's jobless, and they're being forced out of their home because they can't afford to pay for it anymore.
Man.
And that story is, unfortunately, a dime a dozen.
Yeah.
Gosh.
The Lions' traditional Thanksgiving Day game will be shown on local television. It would have been here anyway. Team officials announced the game against Tennessee did sell out by yesterday afternoon's deadline, lifting the local blackout. Their last 3 home games were blacked out, which hadn't happened at Ford Field.
You think Thanksgiving's ever been blacked out before?
Don't know. Maybe.
I don't know.
I don't think so. I'm sure.
I don't think so, though.
That's always
a big
the
tradition
toughest ticket to get.
Keep your eyes peeled if you're watching the game for Los Angeles Lions T-shirts.
There's a lot of them out there now.
Yeah, and it's still the thing is still getting legs. There's a lot of people that have been interested in talking about it recently. So going into this game this week, you could see it.
Yeah,
it could be talked about.
That'd be
great.
great.
See it? Could you let us know what point of the game it was? Like, how they have the time, kind of like you do for Sounds of the Game.
Yeah. I'm going to record the pregame too, because they're going to be focused on the Lions more than they normally would, because normally they cover all the good teams.
Yeah.
They're going to be focused on the Lions.
Any angle they can get would be interesting, because there is no angle on the Lions other than their futility. And what better way to do that than to describe the website latakethelions.com.
You can still get your T-shirt there, by the way. They'll ship out within a week.
Shameless.
Yep. How about that? It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. Free Beer, Hot Wings, and Eric Zane. We got a great segment for you. Producer Joe and his mystery stunt from yesterday. We've gotten continue to get emails. We got an email that we have to read after we air this Joe stunt coming up in moments. And then later on this hour, your calls about how you are going to ruin Thanksgiving. Not that you're sitting here thinking, I hope I can ruin Thanksgiving, but you know that you have to deliver a message or something is going to happen. You have trepidation about tomorrow's get-together with your family, and you believe that you will ruin it for others even though you wish you weren't.
Somebody who you know that you don't get along with, always some type of fireworks takes place. You know they're going to be there. There's going to be some controversy somehow.
I still can't believe we had one earlier today during the I Can't Wait to Talk About Blank segment from Carl, who listens on Banana 101.5 in Flint. He had an amazing, quintuplet of news for his family that was going to be a problem. He's dropping out of school. His girlfriend's dropping out of school. He lost his job.
To drugs.
He lost his job because of drugs.
Which is like a double whammy right there.
And she's pregnant.
He's gonna unveil all of this on Thanksgiving to his extended family and extended family.
And then say, pass the yams.
His family is an unsuspecting Baghdad, and shock and awe is about to happen.
Carl, we have to talk to you Monday.
Yes.
If you're still alive.
Yeah. I think so.
Yeah.
I think so.
So, give us a call on Monday.
Also, later on, we got to talk about today is a second anniversary of sorts. We got to talk about that'll be pretty relatable for a lot of people. That's on the way a little bit later on. But this is how Joe's mystery stunt went yesterday.
Joe has done a great job of keeping us in the dark on this stunt. He's filled with trepidation.
Joe, is there anything you need to tell us? You're still in your producer's booth. You're going to make your way in here? Will it be immediately obvious what your stunt is the moment you walk through the door?
No.
And don't come unglued and kill yourself or anything crazy on the air, okay? For whatever reason.
You seem really nervous now.
I am.
Imagine if he comes in here and puts a gun in his mouth.
Yeah.
That's not fun.
Okay, I'm going to play Russian roulette. Oh, jeez. Okay.
He was technically correct. I would have tried to talk him out of that.
Yeah.
A little filled with trepidation myself, sitting by the doorway.
Hey, Broseph.
Okay.
He's got a plate.
That's all I can see. He's got a plate held up against himself.
A plate.
Okay.
That means
so far, just a plate is all we see. Something hidden under his shirt.
A product of some type, right, Joe?
Yeah.
You're really nervous now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am.
You're kind of white. I mean, like pale.
I believe it. I scared the poop out of me.
You just had to go and hit it, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Is what you have under your shirt alive?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Good.
That
Zane
puts
has
me
been,
at ease.
Zane
Yeah,
has
we
been
were a little-
convinced and was convincing all of us, I think, to some degree, that there was an animal involved
Yeah, we
in
were-
whatever you were about to do.
A little apprehensive on that thing.
Joe, you look crazed. I'm not going to lie to you.
You look like a lunatic.
This is so crazy. I don't know why I did this.
Gary, put the camera on me. We're all very concerned about what is about to happen here. Being that now you can't, when you're hearing this, you just know that Joe is standing in front of us. His shirt is unbuttoned, and he's hiding something in a bag.
It's a little shaky.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Joe,
Okay.
now we cannot see the bag.
Holding the bag under the
hear him opening it.
countertop.
Whenever you're ready.
I guess I'm ready.
Oh God. I know what this is.
No.
Oh no.
Oh.
We have discussed this on the show recently.
Oh.
It is.
What is it called? Balut?
Balut.
How many did you get?
These are duck eggs, right?
Uh-huh.
Duck eggs nearly hatched. So when the
Oh, no, we're all gonna barf.
when the duck is about to literally bust out of the shell, is when this culture, I don't know what culture this comes from, says this is a delicacy.
Cambodian,
Filipino.
Vietnamese, Filipino, yeah.
And then they go and they crack open the egg, and it's not like yellow yolk and
it's a
white
chicken.
egg.
Yeah,
It's
or a
a
duck.
fully formed.
It's like a duck embryo. Yeah.
But
When they did it on Ultimate Fighter a few weeks ago, you saw him eat beak and eyes. Are you going to eat all 5 of those? Or 6?
Joe, where did you get these?
Guy at my gym, Dan.
But he just has
Does
them?
he carry them around with him in case he wants
his
to
parents eat these.
Oh, no.
They
He's
do.
eating them.
Did he open like a trench coat and go,
No, he
Check
gave
out
them
my
to me in
balut.
Now-
that bag wrapped in a towel.
Sometimes these foods from other cultures, it'll be a bit odd, but they'll season it and cook it. This is nature's delicacy. Apparently, the shell is it. You open it up, and then there you go. You just chow a bird. Feathers, beak, eyes, all wrapped up in a nice little package.
Some yolk.
Now, this made me
It might
puke a little when I saw it on TV.
Uh-huh.
God. Oh, no.
I know.
I can't. Joe, you are really taking one for the team because you're the only one who knew this.
Yeah.
Oh, I actually don't want you to do it.
I don't either.
No. This is going to be disgusting. I believe we may all vomit.
Go get some marshmallows and we'll play Chubby Bunny. Let's go back to that.
I'm for that.
Yeah, I'm up for Chubby Bunny, too.
No. We must do this.
Oh, boy.
Because Joe's going to make some hilarious noises.
Oh, is he?
Do we have
Yeah.
a place for him to barf up bird?
He's already dry heaving.
Pube or Jeremiah, would one of you go get a plastic trash can from
The
somewhere
one in
in
the
the
booth.
building?
Or come in here and cup your hands.
Whatever you need to do. Just
Yeah, open
somehow
your mouth.
get us a place for him to. Yeah, get down here and open your mouth, and Joe will barf in your mouth.
It's so funny. My mind was wandering so badly when Joe was about to reveal what it was. When you got it out in my brain, for just a half second, it went, oh, it's just an egg. Of course, it's not just an egg.
I knew as soon as I saw balut.
Yeah. Just in case, on the off chance that my wife is listening, I would like to take this opportunity to say, please turn to the All Christmas Music channel, because this will ruin her.
Yeah.
And I don't want to talk about this later.
You don't want to be responsible for this?
No, so you flip over and you listen to Burl Ives for the billionth time.
Yeah, there you go.
Now is your time.
Holly Jolly Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Joe. Here we go, I guess, huh? Is this it?
I'm getting hot just looking at you.
I know.
Yeah, Gary just said I didn't like it on Fear Factor when I saw it.
No, this is so. I hate these challenges. Yeah, when they do the eating stuff on Fear Factor, I would have to turn the channel.
Joe's hands are shaking. I see you're taking the shell off.
It's like peeling a hard-boiled egg.
I thought you just bit through it. You ate the shell.
The shell appears to be coming off reasonably okay.
Yeah, someone get me my water.
Wow, did you hear that?
Wow, was that was the most sheepish. Oh, what?
Oh, for
no.
God's sake.
Oh, it's just...
I can't believe you're going to eat that.
Oh, my God.
Gary, get some reaction shots, please.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, for God's sake. Oh, hi, Bird.
Wow, hey, there's your
Bird.
There's your legs.
Joe's just looking at it. Joe's just looking at it. He has not even considered putting it in his mouth yet. Joe, describe what you see for the audience.
It's a little baby bird.
He's all wadded up because he was getting ready to start his life. He was getting ready to start his life, and he was all set to kick out of the little shell, little shaver. And then, crazy Jim Guy Farmer said, "No, you will be eaten," and threw him in the fridge. And then he died a slow, painful death. And now he's here. And Joe removed his protective shell that was supposed to help him emerge into life. And now here's this little baby bird all balled up, ready to be chowed.
And now you're going to bite his head.
And his brain is going to squirt right into your mouth.
Joe, are you going to pass out?
Maybe. I don't think I can pick that thing up and eat it.
You mean the baby duck?
The balut.
Joe.
That particular part of it.
Where is his head?
What is it?
Oh, there's his head.
Is it?
Huh?
I've never been so delighted to be so far away.
His head came off, right?
It came off?
Yeah, it came off.
It dripped onto the plate.
I am so...
Gary, can you get a shot of the head? Oh. Joe, eat that duck's head first.
No. I can't do that.
I can't believe you were at home last week and you thought, hey, I know.
I got a great idea.
That's what's so beautiful about this. I would never have even considered doing this stunt.
I would have thrown it out at the first time we thought of it because I'd have said, well, Joe's a vegetarian.
Yeah, we would have said he won't be able to do this.
You won't eat pepperoni.
When you put it that way, Joe, that just seems stupid.
You were at my house on Saturday. We had pizza, and you fed all your pepperoni to the dog, but you're going to eat a baby duck that got boiled.
Ugh.
Joe, I want you to know that
While
the look on
smiling.
your face. I have never seen this look on your face. You're a rather happy person, but you look like if someone had died that was very near and dear to you, this is what I envision you'd look like. Except it's worse because you wouldn't eat the loved one. All right, Joe.
Oh, it's starting to stink, too.
It's time to eat that raw baby duck. Go ahead.
Now,
Go bite his bone.
I see you lifting it up towards your face, and you are averting your eyes from your hand as though you could slip it in there and maybe it would accidentally become a Cadbury egg or something like that. But, in fact, you're eating duck butt first.
Oh, yeah. You're going to eat his poo. Because you know he does it always.
Yeah, pre-birth poo.
Yeah, it's marinated in poo.
As if it's not gross enough anyway. Now, by the way, Joe's face looks like though someone is pulling his hair right now. He's in kind of pain. Meanwhile, Zane has his sweater over his face like he's ready to rob a bank because of the smell.
Oh. Yeah.
Hot Wings is recoiled as far away as he can be.
Oh, God.
Come on, Joe. It's now flavored with Newman's own poo marinade.
Do you think the beak has mucus in it?
Oh. I'll bet you as soon as you bite into it, the beak's going to fall off. Now, Joe, like getting a bone in your fish when you're eating.
Joe, now would you rather eat the whole body and intestines and entrails and talons of this duck?
Talons.
Or flippers?
Duck talons.
Or would you rather eat...
It's menacing parts.
You know, that part of the duck is bigger, that big mass that you're holding in your left hand. But on the plate is the head and neck. Would you rather eat that?
Mm-hmm.
Poo part.
Joe has been rendered near speechless as I've ever seen.
God, is that disgusting? The only thing that's keeping me from barfing is watching you uncomfortable and upset. And that makes me laugh for some reason.
Close your eyes once, hold it right up to your nose, and take a deep breath so you can smell how good it's going to taste.
Come on, do it for the show.
sniffed it. I thought you were going to puke on your plate.
I don't know that I'm in a good spot
here. I don't think
here.
you're safe.
I think I might get projectile.
I think that when he sniffed it, a little part of his soul that was supposed to go to heaven went out of his body. Okay, Joe. Well, let's see. Hold on. We've been sitting here for a few. I have no idea what time it is. Oh, we got plenty of time.
Free beer, can you put me on mic 5? I'm moving.
You're going to move?
It's 8:21.
Howings is going to the other
7:21.
side of the room.
7:21 Central Time.
Oops, I turned the wrong one off. Sorry.
Right,
I'm going to sit next to Zane here because
Come on over here, baby.
Joe is not facing this direction, and that makes me happier.
Joe, what are you thinking? Because you haven't spoken in a long time. You're staring fairly blankly towards the back of computer screens and the countertop. You've been staring into lights. You've got some balut in your hand. You're getting ready to chow down, a lot of protein.
About to eat this baby duck. I bet it is, Joe. Okay, you got that going for you.
Could be delicious.
I'm guessing that's about 50 grams of protein. Maybe like 25, 25 grams of protein.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But that's about all I can look at this with some type of positive light.
What are you thinking right now?
Just trying to prepare myself.
What does one do to do that?
Check out.
Check out.
Mm-hmm. Really
Right.
check
Me
out.
talking to you about it's not helping you.
Okay, just stuff it in, Joe.
Bring you back.
Cram that duck right in your mouth.
Pretend it's a marshmallow.
Eat feathers. Yeah, get fired. Get mad at it. Burn it, face off.
It's a bad duck.
All right, we'll be quiet.
It needs to be punished.
Yeah. Joe, eat that baby duck face.
It's a sexy duck. Come on, I want you to bite him. Bite that duck. Bite that baby duck. Toss that baby duck salad.
Stop.
Come on. It's like 2 ducks, 1 cup. Barf, baby duck.
He's twice went to put it in his mouth. Mouth is open, and then he's closed and pulled it away.
He's holding it up like he's about to announce that the world has just ended, like it's a microphone.
Mm-hmm.
He's biting it. It's in his mouth. Chew it. Chew duck. Chew duck. Chew duck. He's eating it. Doing good. You're doing good. Keep it together. Eat that duck.
It's a delicacy.
You're doing it, man. Bite that duck's body.
You won't get any money unless you succeed.
It seemed like all the duck fell out of the plate.
I just gagged when I heard that big retch.
Oh, God.
Way to go, Conaway.
Oh my God, he sounds like Kinnicky.
On the bright side, Joe, it's in a lot smaller pieces now.
You only got 5.5 left.
No. Joe, you only have 5.5 balut left.
Maybe if you just bit through the shell, it would be easier.
Joe doesn't have any napkins, of course.
Of course not.
No napkins.
Yeah.
Joe, you got to give that let that sink in.
How can you burp this much? You didn't eat any.
Did you actually swallow any, Joe? Probably not. Maybe a little.
Maybe.
All right, well, I don't know, man.
Maybe eat just the face, and then we'll be able to call it a day.
Yeah, just hold it up like an oyster.
Mm-hmm.
Its brainstem and neck. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Gary, get a good close-up of that duck head, please.
Oh, dripping.
Oh, I hadn't seen it yet. It had been obscured from my vision.
Joe, if you could hold your head back and just drop it in like you're eating like a peel and eat shrimp.
You know,
just swallow it whole.
It looks like if you were eating a giant chicken leg and there was a big piece of uncooked grizzle between the bones. Except it has eyes and a face.
Thank you, Jeremiah.
I can't do that. I cannot swallow that thing.
Never hurts to try. That's what I said, my kids. It's like I'm talking to my son. Never hurts to try.
Totally took me back.
Okay. Don't be.
No, please. I don't think I can do that.
Well, it was your mystery stunt, Joe. What kind of host would we be if we didn't hold you to your own dreams?
Mm-hmm.
I know it, man.
You wanted to do this.
Hey, Gary, could you kick that thermostat down about 6 degrees. Somebody before I throw up.
That's starting to get hot in here.
Joe, you hot?
He does.
Look at his neck. It's all blotchy and red. It's bright red.
That's from that big retching he did.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, you know what? The actual body part, it looks like a deviled egg somewhat.
Yeah, it does.
Feathery, but still a
on the verge of life.
All right, Joe. We gotta, you know, what do you think?
Maybe if you just crack one end of one of those eggs, you could squeeze it out of there. Like an oyster.
No way!
What happened, Joe? Joe just cracked it.
He just spit on the wall.
Oh, my God.
He cracked it, and his head came streaming out of the gash on the egg. He literally, that's what the reaction was. You all heard it. You heard plink. This is what you heard. You heard plink, and then our reaction, because this greasy, mucusy head came streaming out of the side of it like a porn star schwanz.
Oh, my God.
All right. Well, something, Joe. Either scoop a brain or a head or dig into something else.
Or go for the rest of the body.
No, I give up the money. Take it. I can't do that. I tried.
Come on,
my
Joe.
best.
I want to hear a little more retching.
Joe, do you want to take some of your money and try to bribe one of the interns to do it?
Pube Face,
No.
you down?
Pube, you do it for $20?
How much will it take, Pube, for you to go over there and try?
$5?
Go over to that microphone there.
Don't look. Just commit.
You're a hunter. You eat deer hearts.
Yeah. All hunters do that. We've already covered that on the show. No way. Oh, he says no.
How about $6?
I can't believe it. He got his face real close and inspected it for a while and then said no.
Yeah,
What took so long?
God.
All right, Joe, you're off the hook.
All right, man.
I say.
Yeah.
I'm still down with giving you your Joe bucks.
Yeah, I am too, man.
You did have it in your mouth.
Just the idea that you've known for at least 24 hours that you were going to do that, and you had to go and get your own balut, and then break it open and watch that head shoot out of it.
Oh, my God.
Ugh. Little duck head.
Oh, Joe.
Well done, Joe.
Okay, just
Thank
clean the counter with your mouth.
Yeah, all you have
Then
left
we'll
to
be
do
good.
is get rid of that crap.
Yes.
No evidence. Oh, God.
You moved the plate.
If you're wondering what it looks like, if you have cats and they've ever puked after eating, that's what it looks like.
Oh.
After
No,
eating
it's
a
worse.
baby duck.
After eating a baby
Oh,
duck.
God.
Back to real time.
It affected a lot of listeners once again.
Yes.
As the emails start streaming in.
What do you got?
It says, I listened to the Joe stunt yesterday, and it was insanely sick. But having a whole day to think about it, and hearing it today was worse. When it started, I had to throw down my headphones on my desk and walk away.
We got this one before it replayed. It says, I missed yesterday's show, so when I heard you talking about the Joe stunt this morning, I ran out of the bathroom, grabbed my laptop. That was my first mistake. Then my second mistake, I watched the video. Oh, my God, the most awful thing ever, but I couldn't stop watching. Joe looked like he was going to cry. Then I had to back it up when the head popped out. Gross. Keep up the good work. Very compelling.
This was the moment of truth when Joe actually chomped down. He's biting it. It's in his mouth. Chew it. Chew it. Chew duck. Chew duck. Chew duck. He's eating it. Doing good. You're doing good. Keep it together. Eat that duck.
It's a delicacy.
You're doing it, man. Bite that duck's body.
You won't get any money unless you succeed.
It seemed like all the duck fell out on the plate.
I just gagged. When I heard that big retch.
Oh, God.
Way to go, Conaway. Now, Joe, we all know that this is a fact, and it should go without saying because people could see the video. You don't do that for show, man. You are really freaked out by that stuff, as would nearly everybody be.
Yeah, no, it's insane.
It is involuntary.
No one
what
would
is going
wanna
on.
eat that.
We got one email from one clown yesterday who said, yeah, way to give Joe money for not doing anything.
Okay.
We base it on your effort. I believe you tried to eat that egg, that balut, and I think you would have tried again if not for that head flying off and bouncing on the plate with all that gross goo all over it.
Yeah.
Yeah, to me-
I would have tried again. It was too much, though.
We got another email from somebody who got into their truck eating beef jerky and turned it on right in the middle of this.
Oh, yeah, take that.
All over in the truck.
Yeah, Stacy was unfortunately drinking a Frappuccino at the time, which is cold brown liquid.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah, it sure is.
That's audio of Stacy.
We are 35 minutes away from Dumber Than Zane Trivia presented by Cat Footwear. Cat Footwear is also going to let us get a couple more qualifiers for the trip to Daytona on their tab. That's coming up a little bit later on. Before that, between now and 8 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock Central, a couple segments where we are encouraging you to share your story of how you believe you may be about to ruin Thanksgiving for your family tomorrow. There are going to be a lot of reasons that may happen. In most cases, probably somebody telling somebody a story. We had a woman who called earlier who was going to her girlfriend's house as her girlfriend, and that was going to be the first time most of the family was aware that situation was going on. That's a pretty big one.
Oh, like girl on girl, right?
Yeah. Girl on girl.
I love pie.
So we'll get to that coming up a little bit later in the next segment. In fact, if you've got a story, 1-800-947-3979. If you are going through your day today knowing that you may, in fact, be about to ruin Thanksgiving for your family tomorrow, you should share the story with us. It's your duty. We'll take a break. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show.
The road rage traffic.
Jennison, Baldwin and Main Street between Cottonwood Drive and the new Ford ramp wrecked there. Nobody hurt. That's traffic.
97.9 GRD, Grand Rapids Rock Alternative, the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. Mix of clouds and sun today, 38 the high. It's 33 now, downtown GR, and the Big Fancy Think Fast Game Show. Tonight at the Orbit Room. If you've got a team you still want to go, 285-5744. You can probably find some space for you. Thanks again to our friends at Affendulis, who will give us our tuxedos so that we can look handsome tonight.
Big fans of Affendulis tuxedos. They're everywhere, and they're great and very accommodating.
I agree with everything you said.
Yes.
It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. 30 minutes away from Dumber Than Zane Trivia presented by Cat Footwear. $800 in the line. That segment will mark a 2-year anniversary of two different things. We'll share that coming up a little bit later. Some people will be able to remember, I know, what that is the anniversary of. Others will get it once we say it.
Okay.
That's for sure.
Two things you say.
Mm-hmm. Both related. Two big moments. One good, one bad.
I think I know the bad, and I think I know.
I think you probably know both. One's bigger than the other. Like one's the good thing is much bigger than the bad thing.
Okay,
but it was bad. It was bad timing. So we'll get that.
No, I don't know if I'm sure on the bad one, but nevertheless.
1-800-947-3979. You can email freebeerandhotwings@hotmail.com. So we wanted to take your calls and have you share a story. You can call in anonymously if you want. You can come in as a Jimbo or a Janebo. Put you on the harmonizer if that is what you'd like. For calls that you think you may be the one that's going to ruin Thanksgiving for your family. Because every year you hear about these stories, and we've taken calls after Thanksgiving of whose family had it go to hell during the Thanksgiving meeting or Thanksgiving dinner and stuff like that. It happens. You get people together, and in a lot of families there's conflict for one reason or another.
I had a Christmas where Push-Up Paul got out of line, got sideways with my uncle, his uncle too, much older. And boy, what did they drink together all the time. He was the uncle who just drank his ass off. Still does. Uncle is one of the biggest a-holes that this planet has ever witnessed. And he does not play well with others. Specifically, he does not play well with my mother's husband. That would be Wally.
Oh.
Okay.
And he was being...
Is he an uncle on your mom's side?
My mom's brother.
Okay.
Uncle Peter. Crazy Uncle Peter. And it's not out of the question for crazy Uncle Peter at a gathering like this to show up later than everybody else, drunk, with beer.
Oh, boy.
Continue drinking.
And probably...
And insulting.
Is anybody else drinking?
Yes, Paul.
But other than that...
No.
It's not like everybody's sitting around having a beer.
No. And they just slam and say whatever they want and smell and swear. And in this instance, crazy Uncle Peter went to the restroom, and it was occupied. So he went to the other restroom, and it was occupied. So he opened the front door, took 2 steps out, closed the door, the storm door, the one with a big giant window in it, and on the end of the porch, urinated.
Classy.
Right there. And he's the type of guy that he just had his hands on his hips and just having it hang and splashing right on the porch. Broad daylight.
Wow.
Facing the street.
What an a-hole.
And thus, no doubt, other homes.
Yes.
Certainly.
Can you believe that?
No.
And Push It Paul's just laughing. And my mother sees it. And Wally goes to pick a fight. My mom stops him.
Can't blame Wally.
Oh, no.
Wally was justified to go and beat some ass. He could have hit him with a chair in the back, and it would have still been on the other guy.
Turns towards my brother, Push It Paul. You and your uncle and your beer, get out. And that was that.
Good for Wally.
And they had a good old laugh. Good times. This is the same uncle that decked my dad. Punched him in the eye.
He sounds like
Remember
a real
that story?
treat. Yeah.
Yeah, he sounds great.
Beat the black in my dad's eye.
Are you going to see him?
No.
Good.
No, I don't know where he is.
I have
no
uncle
idea where that guy is.
That would have a few beers and turn a bit dickish as well. And this wasn't Thanksgiving related, but there's not a lot of stories of conflict like this. But my dad and my brother and my uncle were having a few beers after doing some work around the farm at a bar, which was probably about 9 miles from where I grew up. So pretty good distance.
Yeah.
And my dad was in the bathroom, and the conversation had turned to bar fights. Nothing's bad. And my uncle asked my brother, who's probably 21 or 22 at the time, have you ever been in a bar fight? And my brother says, no. No, I have not. And my uncle starts goading him. And my brother's like, well, I'm not going to fight. There's no one to fight. My uncle wants to fight him because he's drunk. And so my uncle poured a pitcher of beer over my brother's head.
He did.
My brother made the right choice. Well, sort of. He stormed out rather than fight his uncle. Being the two options, I would say that was the good choice, though if he'd had flattened his nose, my uncle probably deserved it. But he walked home, half drunk, 8 miles.
Covered in beer.
Oh,
no.
Was he pissed when he got home?
Yeah, that would do it.
Stop being such a pussy.
That's 8 miles of marinating in your anger and beer.
Yeah, because sometimes a nice long walk will help cool one off.
Yeah.
After a heated debate or argument, but not when you're covered in beer. That's just 9 miles of stewing in the anger.
And my uncle lied to my dad, so my dad got home. He's like, what the hell's wrong with you? Why do you have beer all over you? Because Dad got home first.
Oh, man.
1-800-947-3979. So you're going to ruin Thanksgiving, you think? This is Greg in Nashville. Hi, Greg.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good,
Not
man.
bad. How are you?
I'm doing just fine.
You think you might ruin Thanksgiving?
Well, yeah, I live in Nashville. Tomorrow morning I'm going home to Dallas, Texas to see my family.
Okay.
I haven't seen them about 6 months. My mom bought the plane ticket, and my buddy calls me on Monday with season tickets to the Dallas Cowboys games and says, you want to go to the game on Thursday?
Cowboys are at home for Thanksgiving, of course.
Yeah, of course.
And you're probably a huge fan and going to the final Thanksgiving game at Texas Stadium.
Yes. Final Thanksgiving Day game at Texas Stadium.
Mom does not know that.
No.
Oh,
not yet. She does.
You're going to arrive by flight. They'll pick you up at Dallas-Fort Worth Airport, probably.
Yes.
And probably you'll be before noon.
You'll be at their home briefly before you leave again for the football game.
Yeah, they don't know that though. Yeah. So.
Oh man, gee, I don't know.
I think you're making a bad choice.
Oh, that's great.
Well, I'm all about family first. I'm going home for Christmas, but I mean, I'm a diehard Cowboys fan. Last Thanksgiving Day game at Texas Stadium.
Yeah.
Can't turn that down.
I agree. I would probably go to the game too. I would probably make the same bad decision, but I would have made sure they know beforehand. I would have given the call of, because I'd rather have them have a chance to get over it a little bit when I'm not there than to see the look on Mom's face when she's heartbroken that her baby boy flew home only to abandon the family.
The fact that they paid for the ticket.
Yeah. Jeez.
I know.
You got some nerve, man.
Ticket.
Say what?
They'd cancel the plane ticket if I told them before.
You think so?
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
Yeah, you don't want that.
Oh, boy.
Well, good luck, Greg.
Well, thanks, guys.
Yeah.
You'll probably see a win. They're playing the Seahawks.
Greg, if you think about it, call us and tell us the aftermath on Monday.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Or send us an email, okay?
Yeah.
I'll do that for you guys.
Okay,
Thanks,
pal.
Thanks.
1-800-947-3979.
Rough.
This is Ben listening on Surf 98.3 in Wilmington, North Carolina. Hi, Ben.
Hey, what's going on?
Not much. How are you?
Good. Doing okay, I guess.
Yeah. Are you? Do you say it that way because tomorrow's going to be a long Thanksgiving for you?
Tonight and tomorrow.
Okay.
Tell us.
Short version of a long story. About 6 months ago, I got caught with the girlfriend by the wife, and got caught with another girlfriend by the wife about 3 months ago. So it's pretty much over, but we're trying to make it through the holidays for the sake of our 2 children.
Okay.
Family hates me.
Oh,
yeah.
So I have not faced them since all of this went down.
So you're going to go, but they're hip to everything. Let me guess, she called and spilled the beans
I
on
haven't
you.
even spoken with the mother-in-law or the 2 brothers.
Oh, you're going to see her family.
Yes.
I thought you were going to see your family.
God.
You're going to be in the crosshairs. You might get knocked the F out.
Well, I'm worried about the food that I eat, really. I'm worried that I'm going to have arsenic put in it.
Yeah, well, maybe. Oh, man. So, and the reason, and the hope is that all the family will be on their best behavior, again, for the sake of the children, because...
they don't know I'm coming yet. That's another thing.
Oh, God! The family doesn't know you're coming?
Nope.
Now, let me ask you this. Why are you going? Because I don't know that anything good can come from this. I mean, I'm not trying to get into your business, but
I'm trying to save the whole marriage thing. I'm trying to save it. And I'm thinking going, it's showing a little bit of effort.
Well, I would say that certainly is true. And your wife wants you to go.
She says it's up to me. Wow. It's Charlotte. So.
Oh, man. Charlotte. That is... Well, you got to call us or send us an email with an update of how that goes if you're not dead from the arsenic. Because I don't know that... This makes the other call we got earlier where the guy had to tell his family that he dropped out of school and his girlfriend's pregnant and he lost his job because of drugs seem a little bit pale in comparison. Because you're right. Her family probably really does hate you right now.
I've already been slapped by the mom. So.
Oh. How did that
you
go?
Were in for it.
Did she just walk up to you and just let you have it?
The girlfriend has an apartment complex where I was at, and somebody saw me walk in there, called my wife. My wife called her mom. They went and met there when I walked out, and bam.
So you were confronted coming out of the girlfriend's apartment by your wife and her mother?
Just the mother.
Oh, just the mother. Okay.
Wow.
But even oh boy,
I've got shrinkage just hearing this story.
Yeah, this is
oh God,
this is rough.
Well, Ben, you have to give us an update. Good luck, okay?
Yeah, and that's the last time I've seen her was the time I got slapped. So no contact, no phone call, no apology by me.
Oh God, you got balls, or you're stupid. One or the other. You're either the biggest dumb.
Oh,
you're either the dumbest butt F ever, or you're just brave.
How awkward is it going to be about 2 o'clock when Ben says, I got to get going, man. My girlfriend's having Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
I'm worried about my phone ringing, like one of them calling my phone during lunch and it vibrates.
Yeah, maybe shut it off, stupid.
Do you have their numbers saved as bitch 1 and side action 2
and don't ever call?
It's saved as Frank and George.
Yeah.
So.
Oh wow.
Ben, you got to get it right, brother. Good luck, okay?
Ooh, that's a bummer.
Ooh, and talk about wanting today to last forever. Good thing he's listening to our show, so a minute seems like an hour.
Yeah. Stretch it out.
Dang it. Jeez.
Oh, all right. God.
We've got 2 on hold. Joe, would you ask lines 4 and 5 to hang on for the next segment?
Yeah,
that would be awesome.
That'd be cool.
They've got to hold because there are more stories. You can share yours. Again, it's I'm going to ruin Thanksgiving, and I know it. Because some people, you just know, like Ben, he's right. He is ruining Thanksgiving probably for everyone.
Yes, as soon as he shows up, it's all over. Everyone's going to have a miserable time.
Everybody's food's going to have a terrible taste to it.
It's going to be like in wrestling where the bad guy comes in and all the good guys show up and start beating him down with chairs and the crowd's cheering.
He's going to, I mean, can you imagine? It'd be bad enough because with his wife's there, at least he has someone that he's trying to reconnect with. But, like, if she gets up and goes to the bathroom and it's just,
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
How about
I guess I'm the Lions and you guys are the Titans, huh? This is bad.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. We'll take a break. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. 97.9 GRD, Grand Rapids Rock Alternative. It's the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. Free Beer, Hot Wings, and Eric Zane. Mix of clouds and sun today. 38 the high. It's 34 now, downtown GR. I thought it funny. I was reading in the Detroit papers this morning, Rod Marinelli, always the blind spin that it's going to be a good thing. This guy, I guess to his credit, he won't admit that anything's going wrong with the Lions because he was very upbeat heading into the Thanksgiving slaughter that'll take place tomorrow. Going so far as to say, well, this is a great opportunity for our team to show what we can do on national television.
You can't do anything.
No, I mean, technically, yes, it is a good opportunity. You just won't do anything.
Yeah, you'll show what you can do, which is punt and occasionally kick long field goals after drives stall.
Do you notice how Jason Hansen has been very critical of the team? You know it's bad when a guy that isn't even a football player, a kicker, is calling you out.
Yeah. I don't blame him, though.
I don't
He's
blame
played
him.
this whole career and never had a chance to kick big field goals in big games. He's probably one of the best to have played during his generation.
Yeah.
What a bummer.
Yeah, I like being called out by a kicker, Lions.
And knowing he's right. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. Free Beer, Hot Wings, and Eric Zane. We'll get to more of your calls about ruining Thanksgiving in a moment, but intern Pubeface is in Joe's booth now. Shell-shocked once again, as this time there was a knock at our studio door, and we opened the door, and producer Joe is standing there with giant Hadley air horn under one arm, air compressor under the other arm, and between his fingers he's holding the flip camera, and he says, "Come on, we gotta go! Pube's asleep in the office." So Zane takes the camera, I take the air compressor, and Hot Wings comes along just in case we need another hand. And the four of us go skulking down the hallway.
Recording every step.
Sneaking.
In hushed tones, saying, okay, Pube is asleep. And then we got to the office door, and sure enough, seated at the workstation, Pube, his head was down. He was clearly asleep. And we got it all on camera. And Joe blasted him. And he just got rattled beyond belief. Again. Oh, I love it when you fall asleep.
Yeah, don't ever stop doing it.
Oh, it was great. And right now, Joe is working to upload that video. We will let you know when it is ready to go. Joe's usually got a pretty quick turnaround on these. It's only a 50-second video. But you get a good snapshot of what it's like as we slink through the halls as quietly as possible with all this apparatus and just blast it up.
Pube is shell-shocked, aren't you?
Yeah.
He had no sleep last night, so then he's doing work for us and just falls asleep at the desk. Probably thought, well, if I take a little cat nap in here, I'm okay. As long as I don't sleep in the studio, that's when I get scared to death. And then that happened.
Well done.
It was. 1-800-947-3979. So you can email freebeerandhotwings at hotmail.com. We're talking about knowing you're going to ruin Thanksgiving tomorrow. Maybe you have news to deliver or whatever reason. There's been a pretty good variety. This is it Saren?
It's Saren.
Saren. Hi, Saren. How are you?
Doing pretty good.
She's
Other than
named
the
after a
fact that
toxic
my mother
gas.
Hates me.
Who hates you?
My mother.
Your mother. Did you?
my stepfather.
And it says on the call screen you already ruined Thanksgiving. It's been canceled.
Yeah, at my mom's house.
What happened, Saren?
Okay, well, me and my fiance just got engaged Friday. Everything's hunky-dory, right?
Right.
Well, we go to tell my parents that we're inviting my biological father to the wedding.
Uh-oh.
And, needless to say, we cussed back and forth, and then she sent a mass text message to all the family that was coming to Thanksgiving saying, Thanksgiving has been canceled. Sorry for any inconveniences.
Uh-oh.
So the whole family sided with us.
Now, I was going to say, let me make sure I got this right. You said it's your biological father, which you're not adopted. It was your mother and your father, because now your mother is married to your stepfather, right?
Correct. And my stepfather adopted me when I was 13.
Oh, he did.
Okay.
He did adopt you.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
he put me underneath his name.
Have you talked to your biological father a lot?
Well, in the last couple of years, me and him have come a little close. I mean, he's not really still a father figure. He's more of a friend than anything.
Right.
So, despite all the weirdness that was, there is some degree of shared family exchanges.
Mm-hmm.
I think your mom kind of ruined Thanksgiving. It's what it sure sounds like to me.
Yeah.
Well, it kind of comes back all on me because I was the one that told her all the bad news.
Yeah, but you didn't make her. It's not
No.
like you were inviting your dad to Thanksgiving, were you?
Oh, no.
No,
I know better than that.
I think
No, you're inviting him to your wedding eventually.
I think this is the equivalent of holding your breath till you get your way.
Yes.
No
yeah,
offense,
that sounds
but-
pretty pouty.
Yeah, Sarah, that's a very petty thing. Obviously, she still holds some real resentment towards him. Was it?
And there may be great reasons for that.
Yeah, I don't know the exact situation.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's a whole story about, how they left each other and how she left him. And so,
Okay.
I mean, still the fact that he's blood to me, I want him there. She just had to cancel Thanksgiving because of it.
So again, how many years have they been apart?
Well, he left when I was near 1. I was about 15 months. And I'm 20, about to turn 21 now.
So almost, 20 years ago.
Lives have gone on.
Yeah. That's time to get over that grudge. I mean, you don't have to like the guy, but at a wedding, I mean, you don't even have to associate with somebody. I mean, unless it's a 10-person wedding,
yes,
then chances are it's pretty easy to stay separated from somebody.
Would you pass a message along to your mother when you talk to her again?
Mm-hmm.
Would you tell her that the Free Beer and Hot Wings show and anyone within the sound of our voice probably thinks she's a big tool and needs to stop being such a mouthy bitch?
I'm sure that'll help.
Yeah.
Say that.
I've already called her every name under the sun.
Yeah.
So
Tell her that the audience hates her and her story is
Yeah.
exposed and she should stop being a miserable, crazy bitch.
Thank you, Sarah.
That's what I say. Thank you.
Good luck. I can't imagine that, man.
No.
But there are a lot of weddings that go through that where you have divorced father and mother or separated father and mother.
Right.
And they decide to make it another stand against each other. One of them demands the other not be allowed at the wedding, which is pretty unfair to the kid.
Well, yeah, see, because the problem is that makes it about you, and that day should not be about you. It should be about the bride and the groom.
My mother-in-law had every reason to not want her former husband, my wife's father, at our wedding. She had a billion legitimate reasons that we would have had to say, you're right, included in that the fact that my wife hadn't had a relationship with him in a decade. And she still said, if you'd like him to come to the wedding, I understand. And it hadn't even been brought up, and he wasn't invited. But that's the exception to the rule.
My mom's done that too. It is an uncommon at something like, let's say, a baptism or a communion or whatever sacrament that everybody has to get together on. At like my kid's baptism or something. My dad will sit. He'll get there first at the church for Mass, and he'll sit in our designated area. It's in the front. Let's say we have 2 rows for our family. And then my mom will get there. Well, why is he sitting there?
Oh, boy.
Because he got there first. That's it. It ain't about you. Shut the hell up.
It's not like you have to make out with him. Just sit down and watch.
Sit down. Sit down and shut up.
I don't blame you, man. That would get old. That would get old. 1-800-947-3979. This is Wes in Nashville. Wes, why is Thanksgiving going to be ruined for you?
Well, because whenever me and my brother and my mom and anybody else get to drinking in our family,
I knew it.
It kind of turns bad, and we're kind of getting away from the traditional Thanksgiving. We're having the turkey and everything like that, but we're also having a beer pong table on the side. And we've got. I work for a liquor distributing company, and I bought about 10 bottles of liquor in the past 3 weeks, and we're going to do it up pretty good.
You know it's coming.
It's going to be.
Oh, God. I want to come to Thanksgiving at your house.
Dude, yeah.
I've never heard of a Thanksgiving beer pong tournament before.
No.
I kind of like it, though.
That's new.
Thank you, Wes.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a chance of a fight breaking out on that deal.
It sounds like they're all drinking buddies, though.
Oh,
I like drinking.
Beer pong at Thanksgiving.
I like drinking.
Victoria joins us. Hi, Victoria.
Hello.
Have you ruined Thanksgiving, or you're going to ruin Thanksgiving?
I'm going to ruin Thanksgiving.
Okay. How?
Well, we're supposed to be going over to my brother-in-law's for Thanksgiving, and about a month ago, I had found out that because his girlfriend had gone to Nebraska for a while, she had just left, and he was like, oh, she's going down to school and stuff, and then, came back. But she actually went down there to have his baby, and they put it up for adoption.
Oh, Nebraska.
So they went out there and they took advantage of that safe haven law.
Right. But see, the thing is they didn't say anything to anybody, and the only reason I even found out is because I saw the baby's picture on her MySpace page, And, like, I confronted her about it because it looked exactly like him, and, like, she broke down and told me and stuff. Well, everybody is going to be there tomorrow, and I'm planning on confronting him about it. Because he treats her so crappy, and it's like she's done so much for him
So she,
that I'm sick of it.
you think she gave up the baby because he made her?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Well, that's terribly sad.
That is
He
awful.
wasn't going to be with her if she had him, and
Well,
it's
you
like,
beat
yeah.
you beat his ass is what you need to do.
I wish I could, but he's like 6'6" and has like 100 pounds on me.
I
so.
think you'll do the equivalent by bringing this up in front of family. I think that's a pretty
Well,
good.
I'm kind of hoping that my mother-in-law will beat him down. So.
Okay, so now just to be prepared, everybody that has the background, right?
Nobody knows.
Oh,
they're gonna
Not
all
even
be
my
learning
husband.
about it for the first time.
Okay.
Yeah, everybody. It's going to be the first time anybody's heard about it.
Yikes.
Oh, my
That'll do it.
gosh.
Victoria, we'd love to
Yeah.
know how it goes.
I will definitely do that.
Okay,
thanks.
you.
Good
1-800-947-3979. Mike in Nashville. Hi, Mike.
Hey, how's it going?
Not bad. Are you going to ruin it?
I'm going to ruin it.
Okay.
I ain't got nothing on the guy with the beer pong table, though.
Right.
No, very few do.
My dad called me yesterday morning and said he's driving up from Arkansas today to come have Thanksgiving at the house. My mom called and said she's coming up. All my old lady's family called and said they're coming over.
Mm-hmm.
Well, my buddy called me yesterday afternoon and said, hey, Mike, there's a monster 14-point buck walking around up here. And he's like, man, we got to kill this thing. I'm going hunting. I ain't told nobody.
So
I'm
you've got-
leaving work today. I'm going to my buddies.
You've got three sides of the family coming to your house, and you're not going to be there.
No, I'm going hunting.
Ooh, dude.
I think that's a good choice.
That is sweet. So I like the whole prospect of, hey, man, there's a 14-point buck wandering around. We got to kill this thing.
We've got to kill it.
Let's go kill it.
There are no other things that can happen until that deer is dead.
We'll show him for flaunting that rack.
Thank you, Mike. Good luck, okay?
Appreciate it.
You got it. 1-800-947-3979. That's phone number.
this thing.
You can email freebearandhotwings at hotmail.com. Our audience is funny.
Yeah, they are,
That's
man.
why our
They're
job's
on it
great.
today.
That's why our job is
Holy
great.
cow, are they on it?
Dumber Than Zane trivia comes up in the next segment. We appreciate it, everybody who called. I know we didn't get to everybody.
Yeah.
But appreciate everybody who called. Dumber Than Zane trivia comes up. That's worth $800 from our friends at Cat Footwear. You get a new pair of shoes or boots from catfootwear.com just for getting through and being the contestant. That is on the way. Too early to call now, though I know some of you will anyway. We'll take a break. It is the Free Bear and Hotwig Show.
97.9 GRD. Road rage traffic.
North of Holland, Lakewood Boulevard and River Avenue, there's a crash there. Nobody hurt. Southeast, southbound Patterson Avenue, just past 36, there's a crash blocking the right lane. In the northeast, Beltline between 96 and Leonard Street, lanes are closing off and on from 9 until 3 today, so avoid that if you can. That is road rage traffic. News brought to you by Audi of America.
Mix of sun and clouds today, 38 for a high. It's 32 now. I'm Hot Wings. And an elderly woman has been rescued from what Muskegon police chief says was an absolutely disgusting and heartbreaking house. The 85-year-old was found yesterday afternoon in a house in the 1600 block of Hoyt. For weeks, the woman was not allowed to get off the couch. Some 50-year-old dick was arrested and is in jail for abuse on an elder. Nice.
That doesn't go over too well in prison.
Oh, my God. No way, man.
These guys-
Kids are the elderly. You are so screwed when the other prisoners find out about that.
I wonder how cops got in on this one.
Well, I'm sure it was a tip-off from a neighbor or something would be my guess.
Just happened to know the situation, maybe. Knew that something may not.
Became suspicious.
Yeah. Maybe, hey, I haven't seen so-and-so. Bang on the door. Something going on.
Yeah. The Lions' traditional Thanksgiving Day game will not be blacked out anywhere. They did manage to have a sellout by yesterday afternoon's deadline. So more people will be able to watch them fail when they take on the Titans at 12:30 tomorrow.
Watch, this will be the one game they put it together.
The thing is, that's not unlike the Lions historically. I can remember several years where they were miserable, and then they'd beat Dallas or something.
Right.
And you go, how is that possible?
It was a good team at the time, yeah.
It's like, how do you pull it together for a really good team, and then you lose to everyone else?
But Thanksgiving recently has been they haven't been competitive on Thanksgiving since we lived in New Jersey, and they beat the Packers behind Joey Harrington, and that's been probably 5 or 6 years ago.
It's been long enough that I believe that they have never won on Thanksgiving.
Seems like it.
The Red Wings return to the ice as they take on the Canadiens in a matchup at Joe Louis at 7:30. Meanwhile, the Pistons look to snap their 2-game losing streak when they host the Knicks tonight at the Palace. Detroit is 8-5 and coming off a disappointing loss to Minnesota, while New York looks to rebound after losing last night to Cleveland. Pistons and Knicks tip off at 8 o'clock. Meanwhile, in front of a record crowd on a national stage, we don't often talk about Ball State, but in terms of MAC football, they're pretty damn good. They beat Western last night.
Really good.
45-22. They're now 12-0.
Pretty amazing. And they go to the conference championship against Buffalo, and then maybe they could get a BCS bid, but that's very unlikely, so a Motor City Bowl trip is likely. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. Free Beer, Hot Wings, and Eric Zane. You can join us toll-free, 1-800-947-3979. You can email freebeerandhotwings@hotmail.com, and, of course, go to the website, freebeerandhotwings.com. We got more chance for you to get qualified to win the trip from Cat Footwear to the Daytona race coming up in February.
Oh, man.
The biggest race of the year, airfare, hotel, tickets to the race. All that stuff included from Cat Footwear. That's coming up. I got a couple of opportunities left in today's show alone, and be drawing out that winner on December 18th, the day before the holiday break-ins. We'll get to Dumber Than Zane trivia from Cat Footwear momentarily, but today is actually a 2-year anniversary of sorts. Maybe not the exact date, but the day before Thanksgiving sort of marks it as a day, and that is 2 years ago, on the day before Thanksgiving, people in Nashville got up and they turned on the buzz, expecting to find what had been there for a decade or so before that, and found us and said, "What?
What is this?
This show has the stupidest name I've ever heard.
And who are these a-holes?
These guys suck.
Where's my funny?"
This was the first day in Nashville.
Yes.
2 years ago.
Yeah.
And since then, people have learned that we don't suck as much as we first seem like we do.
Now, Nashville's come around nicely. And,
Sure has.
I'm delighted about that. I mean, what a great town.
Hell, we wouldn't have had a couple of the awesome calls we had a little while ago if not for Nashville.
Yeah, it's a terrific audience. They're very involved in the show, and we couldn't be happier to be on that radio station and all the great people that run that radio station.
Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, keep spreading the word, because we get emails from there a lot saying, hey, you know what, I know it started off tough. And there's been a number of places. Flint is going through that now, because we replaced Bob and Tom there also.
Right.
And when you're used to something and you've been listening to it for a while, and let's face it, that first day, the people that hear us when we're on at a new station, the only people who hear it are the people that liked what was on before.
Especially,
for the most part.
yeah, I mean,
That's
and
tough.
there's usually little or no warning involved, so...
Oh, boy. Bob and Tom were on in Flint at that radio station for about the same amount of time.
It was a long time.
They
I know that.
Yeah.
But we get probably 2 or 3 emails a day saying, you know what, I even when you guys are in commercial or whatever reason, I go back to try them at a different station, and I don't even like them anymore because what we do is different enough. And that's a good thing. So we
Way
appreciate
different
that.
show.
And wherever you're listening, keep spreading the word and making other people listen. We got an email, and I printed it out, and the damn thing didn't print, and I can't find it again because I just assumed it would be on the printer. But from a guy named Dwight this week, that said, hey, my friend told me I had to listen to you guys for a week, and I resisted, and now I did. And he was actually a listener on the Buzz in Nashville. And he had been a loyal Bob and Tom listener for years, and when we showed up and they left, he followed them to their new appointment. And he listened to us, and he has been dedicated to us for the last 3 months and just wanted us to know that what we always said of give it a chance, you'll grow to like it, actually was true. So that always feels good.
Yeah, that's nice.
But in addition to the Wednesday before Thanksgiving 2 years ago being the day that the Buzz joined us, it's also the anniversary of what has to have been the most boring edition of Dumber Than Zane trivia ever.
It was awful. I remember that specifically because we sign on. We want to make a good impression. If we're going to maybe get lucky and win over a few listeners in Nashville early on with that hope. Now, Dumber Than Zane is an acquired taste game, and if you just listen to it for the first time on your first day at a new radio station, that's tough enough. It's even made a million times worse when it just happened to be an awful game.
Yes.
Neither you, if I remember right, neither you or the contestant could get any right.
No.
But at the same
It was
time,
very tedious.
no one was making dumb guesses.
Yeah.
And so it was boring even for us.
Yeah, it just kind of laid there.
Oh, it was so awful.
And
It went 3 rounds because we couldn't find a winner. It actually went to a third round.
It was like an hour long.
Yeah.
Oh,
Nothing
boy.
good about it.
So we hope that does not happen today.
Ah, yes.
Caller number 8 at 1-800-947-3979. Gets to play Dumber Than Zane Trivia. Remember, you get one shot and one shot only. Make it a good one. You get a new pair of shoes or boots from our friends at Cat Footwear just for getting through and being the contestant. That is difficult enough. It's at $800 right now.
Okay.
Would go up to $1,200 for next week if Zane were able to get the win.
That would be excellent.
How you feel? You feeling sharp today?
I feel sharp.
All right. Well, that's good enough for me.
Got laid. Good to go.
That was good.
What was his name? I can't help it. I feel like Michael Scott. Anytime you say something like that, it's like, that's what she said.
I know.
I want to go, what was his name?
And I'm apparently Michael Scott, too, because I was going to throw Joe under the bus and say, well, that was good of Joe to release the pressure for you.
Yeah.
Just as unfair.
Mm-hmm.
Let's meet our contestant today. Caller number 8 is Steve in Grand Rapids listening on GRD. Hi, Steve.
Hi.
Hey, Steve.
How are you, man?
Great. How you doing?
Good. Feel smart?
Yeah.
Steve, what do you do?
I am a mailman.
A mailman.
Okay.
Okay. How old are you, Steve?
I am 30.
30. All right. We're going to ask you to call heads or tails, and that will decide who goes first or second.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
You said heads?
It is tails.
Tails. Zane, first or second?
Second.
Steve, you'll be going first. First one to 5 wins. Zane has last at bat, so if it's a score within 1, Zane would get a chance to tie it. And obviously, if we got to the end of the round and Zane was up 5-4, that's the end of the game. Okay?
Yep.
All right. Any questions, Steve?
Nope.
Okay. First question. It's Steve's. $800 on the line. Steve, you get a new pair of shoes or boots from Cat Footwear just for getting through.
Cool.
All right, buddy.
Steve, what word describes Danish coastal valleys shaped by glaciers and partially filled by the sea?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. What word describes Danish coastal valleys shaped by glaciers and partially filled by the sea? Zane, that is the sea as in water, not the sea as in an abbreviation for something you would like.
Shut up.
What?
Let him think.
I'm going to guess a forge.
A what?
A forge?
Could you spell that for me?
F-O-U-R-G-E, I think.
That is incorrect. Zane? What word describes Danish coastal valleys shaped by glaciers and partially filled by the sea?
I don't know. A delta.
Delta. That is incorrect. Joe?
Can I guess fjord?
Fjord is correct.
A fjord, yeah, not a forge. Or delta, that big Danish word.
I knew it wasn't right. I had to make a guess. It's either that or no guess, and that's always worse. You know what? I shouldn't even guess anymore.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah, no, you should always guess, because sometimes it's a gem.
Well, and you've gotten some right where you had no idea before.
Thank you, Free Bear, for getting my back.
Mm-hmm.
Unlike
but sometimes you also do things like this.
Land mammal. The dolphin? That's why you want me to keep guessing.
Absolutely.
That's the only reason why.
Yes, in fact, delta was an incredibly stupid answer, but better than nothing.
It is better than nothing.
How's that for a compliment?
Yeah. Crap sandwich. How you like that?
Eric Zane.
I really like it. I do like it. Really
Eric
like
Zane.
that.
What computer company made its first big break into the arcade market with the game Donkey Kong?
Nintendo.
Correct.
Yeah.
Steve, what was the first city to be devastated by the dropping of an atomic bomb?
Oh, boy, that's 50.
Oh, man.
I'm going to say Nagasaki.
Say Nagasaki. That is incorrect.
Oh.
Eric Zane, what was the first city to be devastated by the dropping of an atomic bomb?
There has been explosions.
Yeah, I was always under the impression that Nagasaki was second, so that would leave Hiroshima. Hiroshima is my guess.
That is correct. It is 2-0, mailman.
Yeah, that's not good.
No, it's not very good. Zane could be up 3-0 with the correct answer here as we go to the intermission. It's a good lead. What TV series based on a novel by Candace Bushnell ended with an episode called An American Girl in Paris?
Again, please?
What TV series based on a novel by Candace Bushnell ended with an episode called An American Girl in Paris?
Ended like it wasn't on anymore after this episode.
Correct.
Okay. I was thinking like for the season. For a season.
Nope, that was the end of it. It's a big one.
Shout your answer out.
No, I'm still thinking. Don't tell me what to do.
It sounds like something Zane would watch.
How's it going?
That's not. Dynasty. No idea.
That is incorrect. Steve, a chance to steal. What TV series based on a novel by Candace Bushnell ended with an episode called An American Girl in Paris?
Steve, I hear people in the background. You're,
Steve.
Yeah, they're coming out to give it to me about Hiroshima.
Oh,
Okay.
Is that right?
Make sure they
Yeah.
offer you no help. If we hear any
No,
answers
I
shouted.
just sent them all back inside.
Okay, good.
Good idea. All the other male employees, I'm sure,
I-
work with smiles on their faces.
I work with Loose Wendy's boyfriend, so they're all listening to me right now.
Oh, I see.
That's a problem.
Okay.
You mean you
I have
get
no
paid
idea.
by the... You have no idea.
So I will guess. I'm just going to guess Sex in the City.
Maybe. It might be right.
That is correct.
Oh, what a guess.
What a guess.
Sex in the City.
Okay.
Ray Bradshaw. Based on
All right.
Candace Bushnell.
Okay. I
It's
didn't
2-1.
know that. I did not know that. I've never watched the show.
Me neither.
You're not missing
Really?
much. Steve?
Yes.
You're within one. It's your question when we restart, okay?
Yes.
All right, buddy.
Second round comes up in moments. Dumber Than Zane Trivia. He's got a chance to win $800 from Cat Footwear. Don't forget, we'll get more qualifiers for the big trip to Daytona from Cat Footwear as well. That's on
All
the
right.
way. We'll take a break. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. 97.9 GRD, Grand Rapids Rock Alternative. It's the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. Mix of clouds and sun today, 38 the high. About 36 now, downtown GR. Don't forget, the big fancy Think Fast game show is tonight.
Yes, it is.
At the Orbit Room. We're getting our tuxedos from Affendulis today.
Yep.
We'll be out there, going to have a few beers and have a lot of laughs.
Man, that's going to be great.
The beauty of this, that one of the things that we look forward to, and hopefully it's one of the reasons you like it as well, is we never know what's coming our way. The people at T-Johnny put together all of the content of the game. Joe helps do some of the street videos, but beyond that, it is all a surprise to me, Hot Wings, Zane, and you, and we'll have a great time. We'll see you there tonight. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. As we mentioned, second anniversary of the show in Nashville on the Buzz. Getting a lot of nice emails from people saying, I listened to the whole time, which those are the exception. And a lot more of people giving their story of how they found us. That's pretty cool to see. Not only there,
sure,
anytime we get that email, that's one of the most fascinating things because, we do the show and it's obviously our livelihood. It's fun, but it also needs to work if we want to keep getting paid. And so anytime and I know for me, anytime we read a story about how somebody got turned onto the show or somebody's family or somebody's coworker convinced them, or we've often asked listeners to go out and go recruiting.
Yeah.
And just encourage people to give us a try for a week like we shared that email earlier. That's always cool. So
Right.
you're welcome to share that. And we're starting to get that from Flint now, where we've been on for a number of months.
Is it? No. Wait a minute. Well, yeah, I guess it would. It was the beginning of October.
Yeah.
So getting into our third month. So yeah.
1-800-947-3979. You can email freebeerandhotwings@hotmail.com. Dumber Than Zane Trivia presented by Cat Footwear. Already, our contestant Steve the Mailman has got a new pair of shoes or boots from Cat Footwear, catfootwear.com. Welcome back, Steve.
Hey.
Hey, buddy.
How you doing?
Great.
How was it during your downtime? The guys tell you, hang in there. The guys.
Yeah, I went back in and did a little work so I wouldn't get in trouble, and they all had to come look and point, and
Yeah.
I locked myself back out in my truck in the parking lot to get away.
So,
good.
So no help.
You're a mailman. You're sorting today, I'm guessing, right?
Yep.
The Postmaster General ever come in from time to time and crack some skulls?
No, it's we get a new postmaster here quite often.
Yeah.
Because you're such bad workers?
Oh, no.
Yeah, they just can't handle it.
Steve, you get this question right, we'll be tied at 2. It's currently Zane 2, you 1. Play to 5, of course. Chance for you to win $800 if you could win this game. Your question, are you ready?
Yep.
All right, buddy.
What present-day continent has yielded evidence of the earliest dinosaurs? What present-day continent has yielded evidence of the earliest dinosaurs?
I'm going to guess Antarctica.
Antarctica. That is incorrect. Zane, a chance to steal this will put you up 3-1. Big lead.
It's just crazy enough to be North America. That's my guess. North America.
Could be really old dinosaurs here. It's possible.
Sure.
It's incorrect.
Oh, balls.
But
Damn
it was in fact possible. Hotwig's guess?
My guess would be Asia.
Nope. Joe?
I would guess Africa.
Nope. I thought that might happen. South America. Sort of a forgotten continent. You know what I mean?
At least he didn't answer New Jersey.
That would have been a real bummer. It is Zane's question. Zane, what disease takes its name from medieval Italian words for bad air? Very tough question. What disease takes its name from the medieval Italian words for bad air?
Oh, man. Medieval disease, so no doubt been eradicated.
What disease takes its name from medieval Italian words for bad air?
No idea, so I'm going to guess bubonic plague.
That is incorrect. Steve, chance to steal. What disease takes its name from medieval Italian words for bad air?
It's got to be something with the lungs, and I am drawing blanks right now.
So funny.
Shout your answer out.
Somebody writing you a note?
You having a tickle fight?
Just...
Mm-hmm.
Gonna need a guess.
Yeah.
I believe you had lots of time to think about it while Zane was thinking about it.
Yeah.
No pressure, but answer now.
None of the guys helping you out are able to figure this one out, huh?
Nope. Oh, crap. I'm going to have to say, I don't know. I know you hate that.
That's all right.
That is incorrect. I don't know is wrong. The answer is malaria.
Oh.
As I said.
Yeah.
Boy,
even at the onset of that question, I said, that is a very difficult question.
And I thought it was somewhat misleading because I was led to believe that it's not really prevalent these days, but malaria clearly is.
Yeah. The question said what medieval Italian words, not what medieval disease.
I must have
so it
misheard
just means
that
it's
then.
been around for a while.
Huh.
Steve, your question. Right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, that one started as mine.
Steve, what wild animal kills more people in India each year than tigers and leopards?
Oh, I think I know this one.
Steve, are you there?
Yes, I am. That would be the elephant.
That is incorrect. Zane, a chance to steal.
Hippo.
No.
Damn it!
Oh.
Is that what you thought?
That's what I thought. That was my second guess.
The rhino. Rhino.
Here we go. 2 years removed. We're going to have another one of these games.
Now, I got dummy questions in reserve this time.
Mm-hmm.
Eric Zane, your question. What color are the two stripes around the base of the World Cup? As in the World Cup of soccer. I'll give you both a hint. They're the same color. You're not guessing two colors. You are guessing one color.
White.
White is wrong. Steve, chance to steal. It's tied at 2.
Hope that wasn't a dummy question.
No, it's not.
No.
Well, soccer is the least important sport in the world. So
here we go.
Guess white. He said white. Yellow.
Good job paying attention, barely.
Damn, I wish you had stuck with white. That would have been
Yeah.
great.
That would
But
have been an
you
excellent
did
moment.
fix it.
Are you sure you don't want to go with white? Because that might be it.
No,
Maybe
no.
they just changed it.
So your answer is white?
Yellow.
Yellow. That's wrong. Green. Now we'll go to dummy questions.
Okay.
Because otherwise, well, I don't know if they're dummy questions.
Not for me, they're not.
Steve,
No pressure now.
who painted the Sistine Chapel?
Michelangelo.
Correct. We are tied at 2. Eric Zane, what was the official U.S. name for the 1991 Gulf War? This would put you up 3-2 if you got it. If you miss it and he steals, he's up 3-2 with his own question coming.
I remember it changed.
What was the official U.S. name for the 1991 Gulf War?
Operation Desert Storm. I think.
Correct.
Yeah. You remember it was SHIELD?
Yeah, that was when they were just kind of hanging around the area.
When they were in Kuwait, it was SHIELD, then Storm. Steve, your question. What creature is the back end of a centaur?
Oh. You have kids? Steve?
Yes, but not old enough to watch anything like that.
You don't read Harry Potter to them?
Oh.
Probably help them out.
Probably.
That would be a horse.
That is correct.
Totally helped them out.
Seemed like you gave him a hint.
I did.
You kind of gave me that one.
Yeah, way to go, jackass.
I did.
You idiot.
What creature is the back end of a
I actually
centaur?
gave that to him.
Zane says,
Yeah.
You don't know it's a horse?
Yeah, you might as well have.
Son of a bitch.
Mm-hmm.
That was
going down the line of a
You ever watch the Kentucky Derby with your children?
Jeez, guess you never saw Mr. Ed.
Have you ever referred to me as one of these as ass?
Man, that's well deserved.
Eric Zane.
Oh man.
30.
Who had to face the multi-headed Hydra in the second of his labors? We'll stay with mythology. Who had to face the multi-headed Hydra in the second of his labors? Steve, do you want to give Zane a hint?
No, I think we're done with the dummy questions all of a sudden.
But you're crying.
Yeah, shut up.
Tied at 3. It's game time.
Zeus.
Zeus is incorrect. Steve, a chance to steal. This would put you up 4-3. You would then have a chance to win on your own question. Who had to face the multi-headed Hydra in the second of his labors?
No hints this time?
No.
Oh. Come on, get to it.
Jeez. I don't know. I'm going to say Samson.
Samson.
Out of the Bible, though.
Samson is a bad guess, yeah.
Yes, it is.
Not a lot of Greek mythology within the Bible.
Samson.
Oh, I didn't hear you say Greek.
Well,
Joseph.
You remember Hydra from the Bible? Multi-headed Hydra? You dip S?
Yeah.
That is incorrect.
Judas.
Oh, crap.
Jesus.
Jesus.
I'm stupid.
The answer is Hercules.
Oh, that was my next guess. In fact, that's what I was thinking.
That's what I was.
Yeah, I'm sure you were.
You weren't.
Sure I was.
All right. It's
So we're
your
tied
turn.
at 3.
It's your question, Steve.
Steve, what fluid is stored in the gallbladder?
Ooh.
Bile.
Correct. Stick with fluids.
Yeah.
Zane, what bodily fluid surrounds a fetus? Oh, that's awful.
No, it's not that.
It's gross.
Amniotic fluid.
That is correct.
All right.
We are tied at 4. Steve, if you get this one right, Zane has a chance to tie it. If you miss it and Zane gets it, he wins. Game over. Okay? That's part of the benefit of going last. Steve, your question. How do you feel about this?
I'm a little nervous.
I don't blame you, man.
It's only $800 on the line.
Don't go shoot up the mailroom.
No, I just
You
watched
lose.
my boss walk behind me, so I'm.
Your boss?
I think he's looking for me.
Yeah.
He's going to put the pressure on. You will shoot up the joint.
Mm-hmm. Steve, your question. Who provided the voice of Mickey Mouse from 1928 to 1946? who provided
Walt Disney.
the voice of Mickey Mouse from 1928 to 1946. Your guess is?
Walt Disney.
Walt Disney. That is correct.
Oh.
5-4.
All right, this is it, man. On the hot seat. If I get this wrong, you win.
Yep.
If I get it right, we're tied.
Yep. Eric Zane, your question. What was the first vitamin to be discovered and named? What was the first vitamin to be discovered and named? This is for a tie. This would send us into dumb off. If you miss it, he wins. $800.
It's got to be vitamin C. It has to be. And I'm begging and pleading and hoping that it is.
What was the first vitamin to be discovered and named? Zane says it's vitamin C. This would tie it. Keep it from being a humiliating loss.
No pause.
That is incorrect.
Oh, balls.
Can I make a guess?
No, you just won.
Just
Shut up.
Shut up. Can he make you guess?
Actually, in a minute, Steve, I will have you make a guess.
I'm walking on sunshine. I'm walking on sunshine. I'm walking on sunshine.
Greatest episode of Intervention of all time. Steve, what would have you guessed?
Well, I would have guessed, I know Zane likes C for cookie, but I would have guessed probably the first letter in the alphabet is A.
You mean they wouldn't have started by naming the first vitamin in the middle of the alphabet and then just jumped around?
That never
I
occurred
wouldn't
to
think
me.
so.
That never, ever occurred to me. Until you just said it. It never occurred to me.
When I flipped the card over and saw that that was the next question, I thought, well, he's going to get this one for
Oh,
sure.
my
It's
God.
good. I actually thought, well, I'm going to be accused of rigging this because it's so simple. It's got to be the first one in a series since it's vitamin A, B, C, D, E. Like if I found a new formula, I wouldn't name it, 8. I might name it number 1.
Sorry, you may have had to dump him.
I did.
Was that Randy? Tell him to shut the hell up.
Yeah.
That wasn't Randy. No, that was J-Rod.
Well, he's stupid too. You've just won $800. Congratulations, Steve.
Thank you very much.
Oh, this is bad.
Zane's head is in his hands
Yeah,
because
this
he's
is gonna be-
embarrassed. Steve, you also get a new pair of shoes or boots from Cat Footwear. Well done, Joe. You have his information, right? We're good to go.
Oh boy, this is going to be wow.
So again, the question was, what was the first vitamin to be discovered and named? You said vitamin C.
Oh no, God, I cannot believe us. I'm really pissed.
When you said that, I thought, oh, he's going to kill himself on this one.
I'm really pissed now. I'm actually. No, man.
Joe, would have you guessed that it'd be a letter from the middle of the alphabet?
What did you think? Because you seemed kind of surprised too when you heard A.
Yeah, I
You were right there with me, weren't you?
was.
You would have had the same problem?
Yeah. I don't know what I would have said, but it's so simple.
This is one where I can't guarantee. Well, yes, I can, because when I read this to preview it, I said, well, it's got to be vitamin A, because that's the first one. Who starts in the middle?
I'm not even going to the email anymore for the rest of the day. Who am I kidding? I'm going to go look at it right now. The C.
It's light so far. No one's mocking you.
It's because they're busy formulating.
They're all stunned. They can't believe
hatred.
that it happened.
Yeah. Damn it.
When you said C, did you see my mouth drop a little bit? I went,
No, my eyes were closed. I kept them closed.
Remarkable.
Son
What
of a
Hot Wings
bitch.
thing's coming up in the next segment. Also, a little bit of NASCAR math. We'll get a qualifier for the trip to Daytona from our friends at Cat Footwear. They're taking care of us this hour. We'll take a break. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. 97.9 GRD, Grand Rapids Rock Alternative. It's the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. Mix of clouds and sun today, 38 the high. It's 34 now. Brought to you by Automasters on South Division, your complete car repair and auto parts store. We mentioned the game show comes up tonight at the Orbit Room with our friends at T. John E., the big fancy Think Fast game show. We need to mention that if you're on your way out and you haven't gotten the not necessarily gay calendar yet and you want to go ahead and handle it in person, we're going to have signed and unsigned copies of those available. I believe 75 of each. So bring out some cash. That's all for charity. That'll be a very good thing.
Mm-hmm.
It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. Free Beer and Hot Wings and Eric Zane. We're going to play some NASCAR math, get another qualifier for the big trip to Daytona with our friends from Cat Footwear. You and a guest will join us for the big race in the infield on top of the Cat Footwear RV. And it's set up for watching the race. This isn't just some RV rolled in off the lot where you sit in a lawn chair. You might sit in a lawn chair, but it's awesome platform up there with flat screen TVs and everything else. You get a chance to meet Jeff Burton, who will be driving the number 31 Caterpillar car next year. He drove for AT&T this past year. And also, of course, tickets, airfare, everything, all included from our friends at Cat Footwear. You got to get qualified first. We'll get we'll need two people here to go ahead and take each other on in NASCAR math. And if they can't get it, then you can. But, Zane, before we get to that, as we get those contestants ready, you're taking a beating via email.
Lots of hate.
No beating worse than the one you've been giving yourself after missing the question, which was, what was the first vitamin discovered and named? To which you answered vitamin C, and it was, in fact, vitamin A. And to make matters worse, you know how the new Trivial Pursuit cards I'm using, they're ordered from easiest to hardest. Like, question number 1 is supposed to be really easy, and number 6 is the hardest.
I'm guessing that was a 1.
That was a 1.
Of course it was.
In fact, a 1.
Of course it was, yeah.
The ultimate softball.
Lots of hate. I see Craig, Zane, stay in radio, subject line. Imagine that. The guy with the nutritionist background from college can't name the first vitamin. Think you can name the vitamin that was named between the first and third? Good luck, and don't swallow your fist whole. Take little bites. From Craig in Nashville, happy anniversary. We love you guys. All right, thank you.
That's kind of a compliment at the end.
Okay.
I like this one. Blake writes, I was wondering if Zane could spend some more time on the air telling everyone about the First World War, known commonly as World War II. Way to go, Zane. You read books out of Order 2?
My God. Zane, idiot of the day. Come on, Zane. Zane. Stupid siren. Indeed. Indeed, a stupid siren. Oh, yeah, eat it.
Warning the world. Well, it happens. That's why we play that game. Give you a chance to have a monumental failure and be embarrassed. In the next segment, we're going to look back on one of my monumental failures. That'll feel better.
Oh, boy.
This one's really bad. It's inspired because there's a toddler who somehow got keys jammed in his face. We'll tell you about that story. And we'll replay an interview we had with a woman that had a similar misfortune, except instead of keys in her case, it was, in fact, a knife.
Yeah. This one you got to wait to the end before it really gets to the moment of hilarity. And a lot of people are familiar with what we're talking about already, but if you haven't heard, you don't want to miss this.
Her story is amazing, but the conclusion to the interview is the real problem for me. Meanwhile, let's meet a couple contestants for NASCAR Math. This is Grady. Hi, Grady.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. Oops. Hold on, I'll turn the harmonizer off in a second so you can have a real voice. And Sean. Hi, Sean.
Hey. Good morning.
Hey, man. Do you still have your list of drivers? I don't have mine. And how?
You want me to hold up the answer? With that?
No, I just want to play along, too.
Okay.
Unless you need it.
Nope. All right, gentlemen. Grady and Sean, you know how NASCAR math works? Or I'm going to explain it either way, but in case you have any questions. I'm going to give you a math problem using driver names instead of numbers. You should associate the driver number with that name based on last season's races. And the first one to answer with the correct driver will be qualified to go to Daytona with us on the tab of Cat Footwear, okay?
Great deal.
Okay. Meanwhile, while you're thinking, check out catfootwear.com. Grady, are you ready?
Yes.
Sean, are you ready?
Yep.
Zane, will you keep track of the time? They'll have 30 seconds from the time I complete this to get the correct answer.
Gotcha.
Buzz in by saying your name. You each get 2 guesses maximum.
Yep.
You can use both right in a row if you want, if you buzz in twice. Here we go. Jeff Gordon times Martin Truex Jr. plus Scott Wimmer minus Reed Sorensen equals who? Sean. I heard somebody using a calculator.
Yeah,
Sean.
Greg Biffle.
Yes.
Oh, sweet.
That's amazing.
So he knows his drivers. He just had to punch in digits, and he was done.
I got multiple spreadsheets that helped me this morning.
Really? So were you studying, or you just got them all laid out, probably in both alphabetical and numerical order?
You got it. Both those lists.
Wow. Now, are you a big fan, too? I mean, you probably know most of them?
Yeah, most of the recent ones. I've been a big fan turned this year, not before that. So excited about the chance, hopefully, to win.
Grady, were you close?
I just didn't get Scott Wimmer.
That was a tough one. Yeah.
That was the only reason I didn't
number
get it.
number 33 for Wimmer.
Yep.
Grady, thank you.
Yep.
Sean?
Yes.
You're qualified. Hold on, okay?
Excellent.
He could be joining us with Cat Footwear in Daytona for the big race coming up in February. God, he was fast. You could actually hear him hitting the buttons if you listened very carefully. You could hear him just touching up the buttons every time we said a name.
Yep.
Not bad.
All right.
Here's what Hot Wings thinks. Hot Wings. What Hot Wings thinks.
Free beer, Zane, and listeners. I'm more frustrated than a legless man trying to recreate Rocky's run up the steps of the Philadelphia Museum of Art. Yesterday, Treasury Secretary Hank Paulson unveiled a plan to pump another $800 billion into the financial system. Of course, yesterday's plan is massive on its own, but it's just another part of the even more massive government efforts that now total more than $7 trillion. This time, the money is intended to lower interest rates on mortgages, loosen up consumer credit so they can buy cars and stuff, and also help with college loans and credit cards. Now, I have never professed to be a master of American economics, but isn't that what the first $700 billion was for? What the F? This makes my head spin like a basketball on Dr. J's finger. Maybe if these window-licking sea-suckers had put some parameters on the money they doled out in the first place, the money would have been used as envisioned instead of allowing banks just to buy other banks and then sit on the rest. I find it very disheartening that the same government that regulated and deregulated our way into this pickle is the same government that thinks they're smart enough and infallible enough to get us out of the problem. Let's see. Whose fault was it that mortgage lenders were forced into giving loans to people who had almost no chance of paying them back? Who has spent our way into a $10.7 trillion deficit? Now, again, I'm no financial genius, but I know it wasn't me, and I know it wasn't you. Sure, we paid for it, but we didn't spend it. So here you've got these clowns demanding to see a business plan for the auto industry, but they can't even do their own jobs right. I would rather be an armless and legless gynecologist for Rosie O'Donnell than to let these soft-headed imbeciles make decisions. I'm pretty sure the last good decision the government made was the interstate system. That was a long time ago. I was 30 years from birth. I wish I still had control of all my tax money. I am growing despondent and believe I'm going to go home and put my head under a couch cushion. I'm Hot Wings, and that's what I think.
That's your new opinion from Hot Wings.
Hey there, it's
D Road Rage Traffic.
Side streets and country roads have scattered icy spots. Main roads are clear and dry in Grand Rapids. Downtown, eastbound Fulton Street approaching Division. Right lane's closed until the end of February for a new building. Northeast Beltline between 96 and Leonard Street lanes closing off and on from 9 to 3 for work on traffic lights. Not a lot of accidents today because everybody's skipping work day before Thanksgiving. That's Road Rage Traffic. News brought to you by Gander Mountain.
Morning, 9:08. Mix of clouds and sun today, high of 38. Troy Brake. You know that trial going on, that preliminary hearing? That guy is accused of killing those 4 people and then setting that house on fire. This, of course, happening in September. Well, it will continue December 4th. Several witnesses testified Tuesday. Troy Brake also accused of trying to burn the evidence of the murders. Cops say Brake killed Charmaine Zimmer and her sons Tyler and Jeremy, along with Jeremy's girlfriend Catherine Brown. Zimmer's shot to death. Investigators concluded all were dead before their house was set on fire. The girl was blunt force trauma. That's how she passed away. In addition to the other murder charges, Brake facing charges in GR of assaulting a prostitute. His girlfriend spoke on the stand yesterday, and originally in her testimony she said, oh, yeah, he smelled like smoke when he came home. And she kind of turned it around yesterday and said, I don't remember. And the prosecutor's like, well, wait a minute here. Hold on a second. And then finally she goes, oh, well, he maybe some smoke, but it was from a bonfire that he was at. He was at a friend's bonfire. They went and got the friend on the stand. He said, I didn't see him that day. Man, I have no idea what he's talking about.
This guy, I mean, if this all ends up being true, and certainly the evidence early on, I mean, when I'm not on the jury or anything, but what a scary MRFer, man.
In addition, on Wood last night, they interviewed 3 friends of the family, the Brake family, and they were all good friends of the 2 boys. And they said in all the years, the 8 to 10 years that they'd known this kid, the deceased, they said that the name had never come up ever in any context, ever, at any point. And
so there was no reason to think there was some sort of beef or...
They said, this whole thing stinks to us, and we can't believe that one guy could do that to 4 people, because they indicated that the 2 boys were ass kickers.
Yeah,
and that this seems really, really weird to them, and they think that someone else is involved. And I don't know what the investigation is. I'm sure that's ongoing to try to find more answers. But
then again, if you're at the wrong end of a gun,
right? So who knows what the hell happened in that deal?
Boy, scary story though.
Yeah, sure enough. There is sports to take care of. We're talking about hockey. The Red Wings host Montreal. That doesn't happen that often these days at the Joe. And the Griffins in action tonight against the Manchester Monarchs. A game tonight at what's the name of the place again?
Van Andel
Arena.
They're home Friday and Saturday
the hell's my
too.
Problem? There you go.
It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. Free Beer, Hot Wings, and Eric Zane. Eric Zane still reeling a little bit from Dumber Than Zane Trivia, in which the final question that he had would have tied the game and send it to Dumb Off, where you normally do very well. Was a question of what was the first vitamin discovered and named, and Zane said vitamin C, when in fact it was vitamin A. We got this email that'll make you feel better. Dear Zane, we definitely thought vitamin C was discovered before vitamin A. Sincerely, 4, 5, and 6. That's a Jim Rome style kicking the balls right there.
I'm guessing Kendall sent it.
Nope.
Good friend of the show.
As Jim Rome would say, well, I've never been emailed by the numbers 4, 5, or 6 before. Rack 'em.
Damn it.
Well, what can you do?
That was the worst.
The pain will shift to me momentarily, and there's a reason for that. First, though, the news story that inspires us to revisit any of this in the first place. This is a terrible story, and we'll let Julie Chen from The Early Show explain exactly what's going on.
This is a special Thanksgiving for a couple in Kentucky. Something horrible happened to their little boy, but they prayed for a miracle, and they got it. Tamara Evans reports from Danville, Kentucky.
Mom. Nicholas Holderman, like any young boy, is playful, energetic, and talkative. But on September 2nd, in the blink of an eye, that changed.
Nicholas fell down, and we heard him cry.
What Chris and Stacy Holderman didn't know just yet was their son Nicholas, 17 months old at the time, had this key to their car, which he fell on.
I saw that he had a key.
And this is one of those keys that folds into like the key fob, so it's almost like a switchblade key.
Yeah.
So it's not just like a regular small house key. I mean, a key's a key, but these ones are even bigger.
And who hasn't given their keys to their kids to play with?
Kids love keys. They jingle and
it makes perfect sense in hindsight that you should never do that, because as they're, that teetering walking that toddlers do, that type of, I'm just getting my legs here, this is cool.
Yeah.
And they got a key in their hand. That's completely possible
for
this to happen.
And so I kind of yelled to Mom.
Why did they interview this kid in the Pontiac Silverdome? You can't understand a word he's saying.
A word he said.
You've said a time or two that I'll never forget the look on your face.
The key went through his eyelid, into his eye, and even to his brain.
We were very panicked.
They just showed an X-ray, man, and it was so crazy to see.
It looks like it has to be photoshopped.
Yeah. Oh, Joe, I'll send you this link. We can post this video.
Obviously, very horrifying sight to see that, especially to your baby.
For 6 days, Nicholas was at UK Hospital, his parents and brothers by his side, praying for his recovery. They got news his eye was ruptured before another team of specialists looked at it again.
15 minutes later for another one to come out and say, there's nothing wrong with it. We knew that was a miracle from the Lord.
More than 2 months.
Yeah, you know what? Miracle from the Lord is terrific, but, it sounds like some rough work by the first set of medical doctors.
Yeah.
You hear about that from time to time.
I don't want to say that it wasn't a miracle, because it's a miracle that it didn't hit his eye, or at the very least, it's certainly a good stroke of luck. But it's not like it was healed between the first doctor and the second doctor. That's, in fact, a verifiable miracle.
Yeah.
It seems like it's a miracle that somebody got their degree and became a doctor.
Bad diagnosis does not constitute miracle.
Your husband's dead. And then if the next doctor goes in and goes, no, he's right there, he's fine. Not a miracle.
Juggling.
Not, especially if the first one goes, oh, yeah, he was doing that the whole time.
Later, Nicholas Holderman has recovered, now considered a miracle to not only his family, but to the community.
Everybody will say, which eye was it? And so we all just grin and look at him, and we're so thankful and reminded every day of what a miracle it truly is.
No, it's not.
Tamara Evans for CBS News in Danville, Kentucky.
You know, we didn't do this bit to get into the discussion of miracle court, but that was not a miracle.
Yeah. The key went in on the soft part of the eyelid and just basically shoved the eye aside a little and wedged in there. Unfortunate, painful, probably could have been killed him, I guess. But not a miracle.
If it had hit the eye and he could still see and you couldn't tell, well, that's a miracle.
That would be a miracle. This is definitely not a miracle.
But still,
far from it.
Still amazing.
Yeah.
Especially when you see the X-ray. Wait till you see the X-ray.
Yeah.
That key was buried in his eye. Now, this is not the first time we've talked about somebody having a near miss for their eye, something that ends up being pretty amazing.
Yeah, but, again, I can't even begin to tell you how many times I had given my keys to my kids.
Sure.
Play with them like a rattle, walk around. That's just as bad as giving them like a fork. Think about it.
Pretty sharp.
Or a knife.
If you fall on it, they're not going to cut themselves with it, but it can puncture just the same as you wouldn't let them walk around with a screwdriver. Roughly the same, type of pointy thing. So this other segment, the last time we brought up somebody who got stabbed in the eye, the story itself is amazing, but it's the ultimate failure by me at the end that makes this stand out for being memorable. Here it is.
It's a 14-minute bit. The ending is, it happens probably with 2 minutes left, so stick with this to the end. Do not miss any of this. And if you've heard it before, it's a great golden moment.
Guys, listen to this and know that there's going to be a photograph at the end of this.
Okay, so
I'd give you the photograph. I'd give you the photograph now.
You know what? Why don't you have him type everything but the last letter of it?
No, because you'll know exactly what it is. This will be better if you don't know what it is beforehand.
Okay.
72-year-old Mary Townsend of Battleground, Washington, was pulling weeds in her yard when she tripped and fell. I never want to hear of an older person falling anyway. I always feel bad. Yeah. She fell onto a knife.
She fell onto a knife?
Yes. What the? Huh. The blade, I don't know how it was laying, because the blade went straight into her left eye socket.
Oh. Yeah.
Here it comes. Get ready for the tingle. All the way down to the base of the handle and lodged in her brain.
Oh, right in the shaft.
Wow.
Amazingly, Mary says she felt, quote, no pain at all.
Oh, actually.
So she stood up with the knife still lodged in her face.
She stood up and scared children for the rest of the day.
And walked next door to knock on the door to have the neighbor call 911. Now imagine opening the door to see that.
Here, let me help get it out. Let me hold still. A little bit.
I think your eye's stuck to it. Wait a minute. Oh, there it goes.
There it is, right at the end of this knife.
It's hitting her brain, so her hand starts clasping at things, and she has no idea why it's doing or that it even is.
I just envision making her get on her knees and the neighbor putting his foot right on her face and just.
Yeah, this will sting for a minute, but it'll feel better. There it goes. Okay. There was just that story recently where that happened to some kid with a screwdriver.
Yeah, I saw that.
Where it went just above the eye.
The X-ray of that.
Yeah.
When paramedics arrived, they couldn't believe what they saw. It was gruesome. It was so gruesome that police wondered if she had been attacked by a homicidal maniac and didn't understand what happened.
She fell on a knife in her eye. Where again?
In the state of Washington, Battleground, Washington.
Oh,
she was calm and tried to get the paramedics to take a detour so she could tell her husband, who wasn't home at the time. Paramedics decided it was best to get her straight to the hospital. She was given a CAT scan, which showed the blade had just barely missed both her brain stem and the main artery to her brain. The neurosurgeon says he basically just pulled the knife straight out of her eye. We took it out. Nothing happened. It was sort of like sword in the stone.
Joe sent me a link. I have it up now.
Now he's the king of Camelot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is exactly what you described. Here's the X-ray.
Oh my God!
It's right in her eye. She's got wooden blade up to her eyeball.
I don't know if
wooden handle. I already got it.
You got the same one.
Wooden handle all the way to her eyeball.
Now we're looking at an X-ray. Are you looking at an X-ray?
Yeah, I got all the photos. Yeah.
But there are no regular photos of.
Oh yeah.
Let's see. Zane and I are not seeing those. Oh, my. Oh! I wish I hadn't seen that.
All right, let me see.
You got to see it.
Right,
It's like a steak knife sticking out of her face.
I can't believe what I'm looking at.
I can't believe there's photographs.
Well, you got to document that kind of stuff.
You
I mean,
do.
You
I
you're
agree.
a medical guy. You got to check that out.
This is the freakiest freak accident I've ever seen in my entire life.
'Cause-
I can't believe what I just saw.
You always see the X-rays, and the X-rays by themselves are
You
amazing.
can turn it away now. I've seen it.
Can I want to see it again. I think Joe has Mary on the phone.
Excellent.
Oh, my God.
All right.
Joe, this is Mary. Hello, Mary.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm fine.
We were just reading about your story, and we were looking at the photos. I'm glad you're okay, but I'm not going to lie. I can't believe it.
Yeah.
This is the freakiest of freak accidents that we've ever discussed on this
Yeah,
show.
how it happened was I was gardening,
Yeah?
and I set the knife down by a rock with the sharp side up, which was stupid.
Mm-hmm.
And I turned around, and I lost my footing and fell, and I fell
whammo.
right on it.
Right?
Man.
Of all the places.
No,
Yeah.
I found a better picture.
Could have been anywhere.
and Mary, according to the story we read, you said it didn't hurt. We're just looking at more pictures.
No,
of
it didn't hurt.
That's
It didn't hurt at all.
Didn't hurt.
It
You've
was
got a
like,
Ginsu in your head.
Mary,
Wow.
so you obviously you couldn't see out of that eye because there was a knife in it. The
Yeah.
other eye, though, peripherally, you could see the handle, right?
Yeah.
That has to be the craziest thing.
What was the reaction when you knocked on the door and said, "Hey, Cliff, can you help me out here?" And the neighbor...
I didn't knock on her door.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
That's
The
it.
little girl across the street was playing.
How old was she?
She was 14.
Okay.
Oh,
okay.
my goodness.
Okay. So she
And
saw this.
she ran into the house and yelled at her mother, and her mother and her come running out.
They said it's a terrible accident. There you are on the front lawn.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, it wasn't a lawn; it was a garden area.
Sure.
Okay.
Certainly.
Sure.
Yeah.
And then, so, and according to this, when the police arrived, they thought you must have been attacked, right? But you obviously you weren't.
Yeah, they did. They
Were you-
thought maybe my husband did it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and your husband wasn't even home.
No,
And you-
he was over at our farm mowing the lawn.
Were you awake when they arrived? When the
Yes.
paramedics arrived?
Yes, I was awake for about, I don't know, 10 minutes or so.
Mm-hmm.
And when we drove down the road, the main road to get to the hospital, we were going towards the farm, and I asked them to stop. I wanted to tell my husband, but of course they went.
Boy, you are
on.
the toughest woman ever. You are.
And
you
then
are.
I don't remember anything after that.
You're like Rambo.
You strike me that you weren't even really upset by it. We're like, well, this is an inconvenience. It's going to slow down my gardening.
So are you back now? I mean, this is a brain injury, so I'm sure there's some degree of
Oh, I
rehab.
had a little trouble.
Uh-huh.
I
Yeah.
couldn't add 2 and 2, and couldn't subtract 1 from 2. And
No kidding.
I can't
I
do that
couldn't,
though. I mean, what the heck?
Huh?
I can't do that either. So heck.
How long-
It was
Yeah.
quite the ordeal. I guess when I got to the hospital, the receptionist said that I was very lucid.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
No
and
kidding.
I said, I gave them addresses and phone numbers, and I do not remember.
Boy, you had to fill out paperwork and everything else.
Yeah.
Reason for visiting the hospital?
No,
Oh,
I
yeah.
couldn't
HMO?
write. I couldn't write for a while.
Yeah.
Now,
I would sign my name. It would be scribbling instead of right across, like a normal thing.
Certainly.
I did it straight up in the air.
Is the eye? There's no use in the eye, or was the eye able to come back?
Oh, I have no trouble with that eye.
Kidding me?
So did it? So it didn't go? Did it go into the eye or just above the eye then?
It must have pushed my eye out of the way.
Wow.
Because it went right through the
Yikes.
eye itself.
I can't believe. I mean,
Yeah.
it's just amazing that's what happened.
You sharp as a tack.
Yeah.
Nothing's getting by her.
Absolutely.
Catching the drops.
Well, Mary, we're really happy you're
Mary,
okay.
Did anybody
I'm
make any?
fine.
Did anybody convulse and do this when you walked up to him?
No. They
just
said a few cuss words.
I bet you did.
Yeah.
I bet you did.
Yeah, I think you're
Police,
entitled.
the paramedics and the ambulance driver, every time one of them showed up within a minute or so. 'Cause
Yeah.
I only live a block and a half from the police station.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's
Fire
good.
department.
Well, we're glad you made a recovery,
Yep.
Mary. I mean, geez.
Yep.
I did. It was pretty sad.
Yeah, Mary, we're glad you're okay.
Yeah.
And our best to you and your husband, okay?
He died.
Oh, no. I'm sorry,
He
Mary.
died a year and a half ago.
I'm sorry.
Sorry to hear
He
that.
took care of me the first year. Well, not quite a year, because he died in July, and I did that in August a year later.
I see. Well, Mary, I'm very
So,
sorry.
I would cook, I was going to cook some grilled cheese sandwich, and when
Yeah.
I did, my grandson, he looked at me because I put the cheese in the pan.
Yeah.
I didn't put bread and then the cheese.
Oh, yeah. That never works out well that way.
No, it didn't.
Well, we're sure glad you're feeling good now.
Oh, I'm feeling wonderful.
Oh, that's great
really
news.
nothing wrong with
Yeah.
me.
Well, thank you, Mary.
Terrific.
Have a good morning,
I'm a
okay?
little clumsy right now.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you be careful out gardening.
Okay.
Okay.
Bye-bye,
All
Mary.
right. Take
Bye.
care of yourself.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Wait, now was that on me, or didn't she want to tell her husband on the way at the farm?
Well, yeah, I guess this happened longer ago than we realized. I thought it just happened, but obviously it happened about 2 years ago
Oh, this is awkward.
because he died.
Man,
this is awkward.
I had some great closing the interview songs like this one. From Bryan Adams, Cuts Like a Knife. And this one from Bobby Darin, Mac the Knife.
Yeah.
I was so distracted by the fact that I said, give your husband our best. She said,
died.
He's dead.
He croaked.
And his
Yep. He's been dead for some time, and I got a knife in my eye.
I felt like the biggest a-hole ever.
Oh.
You look like it.
That went from disgusting to upsetting.
Oh, my gosh.
The only thing that made it even partially okay was how funny Joe thought it was.
Look at internet
that
porn
happened.
Jenny. She's
She was
convulsing.
weeping. I could hear
She's
them.
wrecked.
through the
Look at
glass.
her.
He goes, no, he died. Oh, no, oh, boy.
Jenny, get on the mic and say anything right now.
I felt so bad for her, but it was, he's dead.
Never has that news been.
That just
And
made
we're-
it my favorite
and by the
interview
way-
of all time.
I hope it goes without saying we're not laughing at the fact that
No,
we're not. It's not like
It
we're
was
glad
the-
he's dead.
The
It's just
circumstance was so incredibly awkward.
we-
the live interview.
we
with
thought this happened like a week
a
ago.
poor woman who's walking around with a
yeah, there's nothing.
Chicago cutlery stuck in her brain. And oh my
After she
God.
said it, while I was trying to pick my jaw up off the floor, I was rereading the story, trying to see how I could have possibly missed it.
He's dead.
Oh my god.
To see.
Oh,
Wow.
yikes.
That was something.
Well, we're glad you made a recovery,
Yep.
Mary. I mean, geez.
Yep.
I did. It was pretty sad.
Yeah, Mary, we're glad you're okay.
Yeah.
And our best to you and your husband, okay?
He died.
Oh, no. I'm sorry,
He
Mary.
died a year and a half ago.
And now he's dead.
Now, in the story, it said that she stopped off. She wanted the paramedics to stop off and tell her husband.
He died.
So you'd think this story would have happened, say, a few days ago, not.
Yeah.
Joseph?
The best part about that is where that comes in, like after that big thump in the music. So, yeah.
I never really thought about it.
Oh, it's great.
I was just playing in my mind. Let's back it up here.
Pretty sad.
Yeah, Mary, we're glad you're okay.
Yeah.
And our best to you and your husband, okay?
He died.
Oh, no.
You're right. The placement of that between the two massive
like a
beats.
Best to you and your husband, okay?
He died.
Oh, no. I'm sorry, Mary.
He died.
I wanted to
He
say
died.
not oh no, but OF right
He
there.
died.
Oh no.
He died.
Oh no.
We haven't got any emails from anyone who thought that was the funniest thing they've ever heard.
That one that said stick a fork in her was ridiculous.
He died.
Oh no. Internet porn Jenny is damn near wrecked by this.
Yeah, she is. She's hysterical.
That was rough.
Do? Joe, thank you for getting her on.
He died.
Oh no.
It's my pleasure now.
I was interested before.
Yeah.
I mean, she had a knife, and the fact that, and it kind of got lost in all this. But Zane, you asked a question about whether or not she had any vision, and she said her vision is fine in that eye because it missed the eye.
Yeah.
Just went in the socket.
Man, she must have just been blinded with sadness.
He died.
Yeah.
Oh no. I can't believe that happened.
What a short-sighted question.
Keep an eye out for the bad question.
I can honestly tell you, I did not see that answer coming.
It wasn't a question. It was a greeting almost.
It was a thanks for joining us.
Yeah, well, you know.
And it shows that.
Yeah, little Mac the knife.
Back to Wednesday.
Ugh. You know, it's funny because I've heard that clip of the dent where with the actual moment where she said he died. But hearing the whole thing in context, where she then went on to explain about how her husband had taken care of her for a year until his death, and it made it even worse. And how long the interview went after that moment, because in my mind it ended right away.
He died.
That is, in fact,
he was the light of my life.
Not true. By coincidence, listeners shared this very awkward story. Dave shared this earlier. Show code. We've talked about show code. That's where if you have something happen, you have to share the story. It's your job.
This is a fresh one, isn't it?
This one's very fresh and very similar to what happened, except his was face-to-face. Guys, my wife and I are buying a small piece of green space from the trust development. The trustee told my wife and I a few weeks ago he had cancer and he was trying to clean up everything before he passed away. At the time, he looked fine and was acting normal. After that conversation, my wife got sick, so we were unable to finalize the deal. Okay. So she finally went to work this week, and last night I went over to his house to set up time to sign the papers. I walk to the front door and I knock. His wife comes to the door and opens it, and I say, "Hello, is Mr. So-and-so in?" She replies, "No, he passed away on Sunday."
Oh, no.
I felt like a giant douche.
He's been dead for 48 hours.
She knew why I was there as well. It was the most awkward I have ever felt in my whole life. Worst feeling ever. Honest mistake.
I wonder if he just turned around and sulked away and didn't say another word. If he said, "Oh."
Can I get
that paperwork?
I
got to finalize this anyway, so why don't you make it snappy?
Do you have power of attorney now? Oh.
Oh, God, jeez. Yeah.
Terrible. Oof. Awkward feeling.
Oh,
in a moment, intern Milton, former intern, sent some clips that he believes include some hypocrisy by all of us, but most vociferously by Zane and Joe during yesterday's Everybody's Favorite Song segment.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I know where this is going because I sensed it, but I don't care.
Yeah. You might still agree with what you said. We'll get to that coming up next. We'll take a break. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. 97.9 GRD, Grand Rapids Rock Alternative. It's the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. Free Beer, Hot Wings, and Eric Zane. So we've been making fun of the Lions all year, not because we hate them, though there's part of me that hates them because they treat us so poorly, and not the individual players. We met a lot of great guys when we did the charity game at East Kenwood High School last year with Kiwanis of Wayland. But it's the team. It's the function of them together. They have punished us for years, and we support them in spite of that. And so we created the Los Angeles Lions idea and LATakeTheLions.com. And yesterday at lunchtime, I was on a morning show in Los Angeles.
Yep.
As just regular me. I don't think they had any idea that I'm on the radio.
No. Well, they probably wouldn't have interviewed you otherwise.
That's kind of what we thought. And turns out they don't want the Lions. They in fact said no.
They said no, thank you.
We do not want them. We want an NFL team, was their take. They said they would rather have the Raiders back than have the Lions, which is pretty insulting. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. 1-800-947-3979. You can email freebeerandhotwings@hotmail.com. I think we'll get to the hypocrisy that happened, or the alleged hypocrisy that happened, in the next segment. In this segment, there's a couple things we need to point out. One is that this coming Wednesday, a week from today, is the last day to make your nominations for the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show Holiday Break-Ins. That is where we break into an unsuspecting person's home that's fallen on hard times recently or for whatever reason or whenever they have, and they are going to fall through the cracks of charity. Our listeners make nominations. They don't tell the people that they nominated that they are even being considered for something. The listeners help us get them out of the house. Then with a locksmith, we break in and leave behind Christmas, where in most cases, in fact, in almost every case where we've ever done it, the family is expecting not only is there not going to be a Christmas, they don't even know how they're going to have food on the table on Christmas Day, which is a pretty bleak and sad thing. And obviously this year the economy's even worse. I mean, because, when you have children, the biggest thing you want to do is be able to provide for them and give them everything you'd always dream of them having.
Pretty scary, man. I tell you what, when you look at all the circumstances that can make it bad, it can turn quickly.
Yeah. Every time there's a news story or you open a newspaper, there's a story about a family that everything was clicking along well, and then, every one of the stories we get in the nominations, we get hundreds of and maybe more than 1,000 entries for the holiday break-ins every year, and every one of them this is a family, and almost always it's a family that would give anything they have and had been doing all sorts of good things, and then somebody gets sick, a job goes away, whatever, somebody passes away, and all of a sudden it's somebody on hard times where they never thought they would be. So we need you to make those nominations, freebeerandhotwings.com. Click on the holiday break-in banner, and then when we after we look through those nominations, we'll select all the ones we can do. Wish we could do every damn one of them.
Yeah.
And then on the 19th of December, the last Friday before Christmas, we will have several break-ins, probably somewhere between 3 and 5, live on the air.
Yep.
And then a bunch more off the air as well in many of the areas where the show is heard. And what happens then is, it's up to the people who made the nominations. We're never going to tell them where it came from. And in most cases in the past, no one has said where the stuff came from either.
Yeah.
So this is the 7th time we've done the break-ins. So
it's amazing. Neat. You look at somebody who's, like you said, clicking along, and then all of a sudden the job goes away. 2 months of no income can make it pretty bleak quickly.
A lot of people are check to check.
Yeah.
And you want to have some OS money.
Right.
But that's hard, especially these days. So Thanksgiving is tomorrow. Zane, I don't know, your kids are older, but maybe certainly your youngest daughter. You have to dress up for Thanksgiving, maybe a pilgrim costume or an Indian costume. You ever had to make something like that for any of your children?
No.
Never?
No.
Did you ever have to do it?
No.
Apparently.
What? People do this? Dress up like pilgrims?
For school.
Oh, well, you didn't say that. I just thought you meant like walk around the halls like a pilgrim.
No, I figured it went without saying.
No. I was like, wait, you said, Zane, dressing up like for Thanksgiving in pilgrim outfits. You ever do that? No.
When you were acting all shocked, I'm like, why are you so shocked by this?
I was like, no, who does this?
Schools, sometimes. They have little plays. And
for sure. Now, with schools in there, that does make it much more tangible, but still no.
Well, a school in California, Claremont, California, which is just outside of Los Angeles, they banned it this year to have any sort of programs where kids would dress up as Indians or pilgrims.
Yeah. Because
it is, quote, racist.
It's racist, huh?
To dress up like Indians.
Okay.
You buying this?
Not at all.
In order to make sure that no families are offended, students at Condit and Mountain View elementary schools will not be allowed to hold Thanksgiving celebrations at all. Nor will they be allowed to dress up like Indians or pilgrims because of a group of angry parents who made the claim that it was, in fact, racist.
It's not like they're reenact.
Yeah, well, it'd be different if they were dressed up like Cleveland Indians or Washington Redskins.
Or if they're reenacting some Sioux slaughter while they slept at night and they just came through and laid waste.
The story
raped their women.
Thanksgiving talks about how the Pilgrims and the Indians got along. And the Indians were very giving. I mean, it's... the Pilgrims later turned on them, and we kicked them out of the country pretty much. So that part's offensive.
But that's why we have reservations now and casinos to make it all better.
Right, that seems fair. But it's not like it wasn't Indians there. It'd be different if if it was just inserting Indians into something else where someone else did something bad.
That's terrific. It's a terrific learning tool to actually put a role play and live out what actually happened so many years ago. That's a good lesson. The kids will always remember that. It sticks with them. You can't take that away.
Might be overreacting.
How are they going to know the Indians were savages?
Wow. Really? Somebody just volunteered for holiday sensitivity training. I'm not going.
That's as bad as the Mormon crack he made.
Probably worse.
I hope not. It's just a joke.
You're not, but you're not sure, are you?
Joe, we had a friend of ours in radio who nearly ended his career, even though he had been on top of his city in Dallas for a decade at this point, when he did a segment called "What Would Your Indian Name Be If You Had to Be Named About Something Significant About Your Conception?" And he remarked, casually as you did, that his name would have been Broken Rubber.
Okay.
And
he almost lost his gig for that.
The whole world came crashing down on him for that segment.
So do you think Joe saying on the radio that Indians are savages may be somewhat more inflammatory than a little crack?
Hard to believe your last Joe stunt was balut. Didn't even eat it all.
Applicants should include, for the producer's position, prior experience and maybe a
filter.
A functioning prefrontal cortex, and a audio example of editing capabilities.
Joe, how you feeling right now?
Not good.
Oh, my God.
This is less funny than I thought it was. Less funny than my Savages crack, that's for sure.
Now, we know you didn't really mean it.
Of course
you were saying
that.
it to be inflammatory.
Uh-huh.
To be intentionally stupid.
I could hear the nervousness in his
I don't believe that you had any ill intentions. Thus, I don't believe that you'll get in trouble.
Yeah. No.
Broken Rubber didn't have any ill intentions either.
No, that was all.
He did. He
that was all.
him.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
He didn't.
He did.
Joe is a scrambling quarterback with the pocket collapsing right now.
No. He's Garo Yepremian in the Super Bowl, and the ball came back to him. He flutters some stupid pass in the air. It's picked off and run back for a TD by Washington.
On the bright side, Native Americans are far more organized than the Mormons, Joe, so that'll be good for you.
Yeah, yes. Joe. Hey, if there's any Native American groups that are listening, there is a wonderful, picket line area or protest area. Right. I mean, it's a nice walkway set aside to the radio station.
Yeah, it's easy to get to.
Free of traffic. You're welcome to come there. And there is a restaurant on the first floor. You're welcome.
You can use my parking card.
Use a parking card. Come on in. Remember, producer Joe said that.
Not hot wings, not free beer, not Eric Zane.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I hope their line is as big as the Polacks. Then I have a lot to worry about.
There's Joe's defense mechanism, calling back to other inflammatory things that have been said on this show one time, and trying to shine a different light on things.
Antagonizing more ethnicities.
Yeah, Joe, what's your problem with...
Do you want to let black people have it while you're at it?
What's our... No. Joe, why do you have a problem with our Polish listeners?
I don't.
Well, it didn't sound like that, Joe.
I don't remember us ever saying anything bad about them.
Joe, what is the term that you use to describe Italians?
Let us stop. Joe, is it hot in there? Your ears
I'm good.
Are your ears warm?
No way.
So awkward. So uncomfortable.
In the next segment, a little bit of hypocrisy for you.
Uh-huh.
Oh, this is awkward.
Take a break. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show.
WGRD.com.
97.9 GRD, Grand Rapids Rock Alternative, the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. Free Beer and Hot Wings and Eric Zane. The 08 bootleg CD is now available at all the West Michigan Meijer stores. That's going to, of course, feature track. Excuse me, that's a hiccup right there. From Seether, the Exies, Pop Evil.
Yeah.
Rare track from 6 a.m., from Nikki Sixx, Candlebox, and all sorts of other things. Just $9.79. Proceeds this year benefit the West Michigan Environmental Action Council.
Okay.
All the details at WGRD.com. Of course, the 08 bootleg CD from Qdoba, Meijer, and 97.9 GRD. While you're at WGRD.com, normally every Friday we have the Omelet Shop Breakfast with the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. This week, obviously, we're gone on Friday. While you're out doing shopping, we will be sleeping in. For me, maybe even all the way till 7 a.m. That's what I'm hoping for. But you can go to WGRD.com and sign up to join us for breakfast with the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. The Omelet Shop gives us breakfast. You come in, you hang out during the show, during the live broadcast.
Yeah.
And be in studio and see what goes on. So far, no one has fallen asleep out of boredom other than interns, which they are always scared awake. Wouldn't it be great to do that to listeners, though?
Yeah.
Or anyone?
Sure. Yeah, anyone.
It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. Free Beer and Hot Wings and Eric Zane. You can join us toll-free, 1-800-947-3979. Joe, got this email I wanted to share with you.
Yeah.
In response to something Zane said. Well, something Zane said about something Joe said in the last segment. From Tom. Tom writes, application, intention. I would like to be your producer. Experience. I've been working under the man for 15 years and doing everything they say. I'm good at not paying attention and saying stupid things so the show will not change. I'm willing to do Joe stunts. I will change my name to Joe so listeners don't get confused. I can start right now. I am not racist. Signed, Tom.
Signed, Tom. Well, he's not racist. That's all we're shooting for, really. I mean, he doesn't take anything to do his job. So.
I am not racist.
No, that's what Tom said.
Yeah, that's what Tom said. And that's all we're looking for. We're looking for somebody who's not a racist. That's why we're looking to fire you.
This isn't any fun at all, is it, Joe?
Oh, this sucks.
Joe is, in fact, not a racist. One of the most open-minded people we know.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't mean it's not fun to make him squirm.
Just ask him. I mean, he'll tell you on the radio that he's not a racist. Mm-hmm. As he did. It's evident. You're not, Joe. You just said that. It's clear.
As long as you're not Middle Eastern, Joe won't talk to those people.
So bad. So easy. Joe, I'm glad you put on your fish suit and you jumped in the barrel. Yo. Damn.
There's nothing worse than when you're the person on the show that has inadvertently stepped in it.
And inadvertently, though everybody thinks it was advertent.
Yes. And then you have to sit there and deal with the consequences of everyone else going out of their way to make you feel stupid. Or worse.
Yeah, Joe.
What's that like, Joe?
What did you say again?
Kind of like this.
What did you say again, just to recap?
Amazing. Actually topped the Mormon quote.
Joe, we're going to need you to lift that break for later.
No.
That's okay. I know how to do it.
I would destroy it if I were you. 1-800-947. Well, Joe, check back in here.
Yeah.
Because this is about you here, this segment. And it's not about what happened. This is about something that happened yesterday on the radio show.
This is actually something that went down yesterday.
Former intern Milton gets the podcast.
Yeah.
And sent this email to me, and he said, I thought this was a little odd when I heard it. A little bit of hypocrisy from some people on the show. This was involving the segment we did yesterday about songs everybody likes. And that was where we each picked 5 songs, if you didn't hear it. And then we'd play it, and then everybody got to vote yes or no if it was a song they like. And one no vote threw it out.
Right. Now remember when we discussed this, we got an email about it after. So I am tipped off to the hypocrisy. I am aware of it.
Okay, let's start with clip number, it's labeled clip number 2. Here it is.
All right. That's called Peace Frog, right?
Peace Frog, yeah.
By the Doors from Morrison Hotel.
Mm-hmm.
Very good choice, Hot Wings.
Thank you.
Beer.
Zane is in.
I am in.
Joe?
Oh, yeah.
You love the Doors, don't you?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Brian?
Yes.
Keith?
Oh, no, I don't think I've ever heard that one.
Oh!
Did you not like it? Just because you haven't heard it doesn't mean you can't like it.
I'm also
stupid.
a no.
You're a no. Why do you hate rockin'?
Yeah, but
that song's out of sight.
At least you probably said no because you don't like it, not because I've never heard it, so I can't like it.
I can't believe you've never heard it.
You heard it just now. Did you
cares?
like it? Did you like it when you heard it, douchebag?
Keith,
poor excuse.
Keith, did you like it when you heard it?
Yeah, when I heard it.
Oh,
well then how can you say that, goddammit?
Okay, so, and I said it was Zane and Joe's hypocrisy, but I think it would include all 3 of you. And maybe I'm guilty by association, but all 3 of you voiced that. All right, this is the next part. This is another song has just played and more reaction.
Well, I've never heard that before, but I say yes because it's awesome.
That's pretty good how you do that, Joe. You have a sense of music because you heard it and you listened to it and said, I think I like that song.
Yeah.
What do you think, Keith?
So you guys were really letting Keith have it.
Right.
It was fun letting him have it, of course.
Yeah, he took it well.
Now, chronologically speaking, the next clip we're going to play happened first, but not when we revisited it here. When we revisit it, this is the last clip we play, and this highlights the hypocrisy. Here it is.
I'm in.
Okay. Zane is in. Alex?
I like the sound of it, but I'm not familiar with it. I've never heard it, so it can't be. It can't possibly be on my favorite song list or one that I can't get tired of because it's the first time I'm familiar with it.
That's part of that criteria about
so I gotta say no.
That's 70% of it right there.
I like the sound, but I don't know it.
Brian?
I think Hot Wings is the only one who's being hypocritical.
I think you were too.
How?
You jumped right at. You agreed with him.
I understood where he was coming from.
And then you said, I think that's 70%. Hot Wings, I think, in hindsight, is most hypocritical.
Yes.
Because he was. You guys are only hypocritical in the sense that you didn't beat him up for it.
Right.
But you agreed with him. So Joe's least hypocritical. Well, I'm least hypocritical in this sense.
Yeah.
Then Joe. Then Zane. But most of all, Hot Wings. In hindsight.
Absolutely.
Can we hear that one again?
Shannon who? I'm in.
Okay. Zane is in. Hot Wings?
I like the sound of it, but I'm not familiar with it. I've never heard it, so it can't be. It can't possibly be on my favorite song list or one that I can't get tired of because it's the first time I'm familiar with.
That's part of that criteria about.
So I gotta say no.
That's 70% of it right there.
I like the sound, but I don't know it.
All right. Well, let's go back to this one then.
Go to number
I've never
2.
heard that before.
Number 2. After hearing what Hot Wings just said. All right. That is that's called Peace Frog, right?
Peace Frog, yeah.
By the Doors from Morrison Hotel.
Mm-hmm.
Very good choice, Hot Wings.
Thank you.
Beer.
Zane is in.
I am in.
Joe?
Oh, yeah.
You love the Doors, don't you?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Brian?
Yes.
Keith?
Oh, no, I don't think I've ever heard that one.
Oh!
Did you not like it? Just because you haven't heard it doesn't mean you can't like it.
I'm also
stupid.
a no.
You're a no. Why do you hate rockin'?
Yeah, but
that song's out of sight.
At least you probably said no because you don't like it, not because I've never heard it, so I can't like it.
I can't believe you've never heard it.
You heard it just now.
Who cares?
Did you like it when you heard it, douchebag?
Keith,
It's a poor excuse.
Keith, did you like it when you heard it?
Yeah, when I heard it.
Oh!
Well, then how can you say that, goddammit?
Joe broke his microphone. At the very least, there was a lack of consistency put forth.
Big time.
Which generally means hypocrisy, but whatever.
Pretty much. I think so.
In the end, it doesn't matter because it was all for fun.
It was.
No, it was real. That was real. That was very important. That was a big bummer, that Peace Frog, and then that Neil Diamond song.
The Neil Diamond was bad, and now I'm pissed at Hot Wings again because he thought the name of the bit was My Favorite Songs.
It was.
Oh, because he what do you mean because he actually lifted his own favorites?
Yeah.
As opposed to songs everybody would like.
Because he did the same thing.
Yeah.
And I so caught it at the beginning and thought, no, I'll just let it move on.
Wait a minute. You mean he went to his own greatest hits is the flaw?
Well, no, I just caught the hypocrisy
I got you.
at the beginning.
Yeah.
Man.
Either way. Check out the website, freebeerandhotwigs.com. We'll take a break. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wigs Show. Hey there. 97.9 GRD Grand Rapids Rock Alternative. It's the Free Beer and Hot Wigs Show. We don't just sit and wait. We're busy during the time away. And sometimes it bleeds over. It's cool.
How does that sound? Does it sound like...
it sounded like you were talking with the mic.
So as soon as the mic comes on, it's like, yes, anyway. Oh, hey.
Yeah, that's exactly
Hey,
what
what's
it
going
is. 1-800-947-3979. You can email freebeerandhotwigs at hotmail.com. Tonight is the Big Fancy Think Fast game show at the Orbit Room. If you wanted to sneak in a team at the last second, 285-5744 at the Orbit Room. If you wanted to go as a spectator, this is the first time that's available. You can call that same number for information about that, 285-5744. Though I would say if you're going to go as a spectator, just go and play.
Yeah, by yourself. Whatever.
Playing is fun.
You have to.
Yeah.
I wonder how many teams ultimately we're going to be faced with.
Joe, did you happen to ask us now when you're up front how many teams we have?
I did. About 110
Nice.
reservations.
110 reservations.
Yes.
Okay.
And
means about 90 show up.
Probably, yeah. About 100.
that would be our biggest crowd ever, man. If we got knocking on the door of 400 strong.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We've got a lot of fun things planned for tonight, and a lot of the stuff that's planned for tonight is done by T. John E., and we don't even know what it's going to be. And I'm always anxious to see the crowd, see how many new people we have, how many people have been to all. This will be the 6th game show. Tonight's going to be special, too. We're going to be doing maybe a couple sing-along songs.
Exactly. Can you imagine 400 strong singing these?
You don't already know how to go.
400
Come on, Joe.
I got a peaceful, easy feeling.
It's us.
And I know you won't let me down.
We hit it even better that time.
I've been dying to sing. I've had that song stuck in my head every time since that incident happened on Name That Tune last week. And I'll be damned if I'm not getting my hair cut yesterday.
Yeah.
We're captive at that point. And sure enough, on the radio, I hear that.
You heard that? How about this one? We'll do this one, too. This one's only 23 seconds long. But
I don't know if I can do it.
Oh, play me some mountain music.
I can't do this one.
Like Grandma and Grandpa used to play.
You can do it.
And I'll float on down the river.
400 strong.
To the Cajun Hideaway.
Joe, you didn't sing on either of those.
No, I don't know them.
Well,
Okay,
we've done them twice. Now you know the words. You will sing them tonight.
I will.
Oh, you gonna take me home
I don't have
tonight.
two pops in me. I'll sing anything.
I'll sing loud.
Yeah.
Down beside that red firelight. Oh, you gonna let it all hang out, fat bottom girls. You make
That one's hard.
the rockin' world go round.
That is. That's tough.
You know which one?
What do you got?
You know which one everybody can sing along with because it
What
doesn't
is it?
matter what your
What
tone
is
is.
it? Kenny Rogers?
C is for
Oh,
cookie,
no.
that's good enough for me. C is for cookie, that's good enough for me. C is for cookie, that's good enough for me. Oh, cookie, cookie, cookie starts with C.
Everybody.
Not that the whole night's going to be a sing-along, but you never know when a sing-along might break out.
Well, we'll have about 4 or 5 songs.
Plus, we're all going to be drunk. Zane will not be drunk.
I will
he
not be
is
drunk.
a long time sober.
Yeah.
I don't drink very often, but the game show is appointment drinking for me.
Yeah.
I did one of them without drinking a drop, and it was still fun, but not the same because everyone else is drinking, and I feel like I'm letting myself and everyone down. Joe, is that true?
That is true.
We got a lot of people complaining. Free didn't drink, jerk.
Oh, big time. I would have canceled my reservation if you had if that was the second time.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm down tonight.
Okay, cool.
My wife will be dropping me off
Oh,
and picking me up.
Is she going to be there, by the way?
Nope.
Oh,
She doesn't like me that much, so just kidding.
Oh, man.
Just kidding.
Well, the thing is, my wife will be there, so she's going to... Is there any going?
Nope.
Really? Damn it. She needs somebody to hang with. Ben Crombie?
Yeah.
They can have girl talk.
Ben Crombie and Ben Crombie's fiance?
They can talk about waxing.
I don't know. I know
No,
Ben
not the
Crombie's going.
fiancé, just Ben Crombie.
Oh, Jesus. She's going to be bumming, man. I don't want her, sitting with a weirdo.
She's not going to be on stage.
Well, I know, but she's going to need somebody to keep her, to accompany her.
By the way, this weekend, the Griffins play tonight as well, but they also play Friday and Saturday. Got a nice home schedule. And hopefully everybody will have a great Thanksgiving tomorrow. You can watch the Lions if you want to. It's up to you.
Held their eyes. Then he bombed it. You gotta learn to play it right. You got to know when to hold up, know when to fold up, know when to walk away, and know when to run. You never count your money when you're sitting at the table. There'll be time enough for counting
When the dealing's done. Don't sell me out.
That's a terrible feeling when all of a sudden all the things that make it good go away.
You will never be trusted again.
No, that's probably true and accurate and a good choice. That is all for us today.
Yeah.
I think that's everything.
That is
Make
it.
sure you get those nominations in for the holiday break-ins. You got about a week to do that. We'll see you later. It's 97.9 GRD.